Chapter 3889. Needless to say, the mark of the blood demon race must be because of the evil moon and evil Sunday, because they need this mark to borrow the power of the evil moon and evil Sunday. So, I'm talking about other creatures. I guess the marks on other creatures have nothing to do with the rules of the Nether King Hell. The fire python shook its head. Nothing to do with the rules? Qin Feiyang frowned. In fact, he had the same idea. That's right. What's really related is the evil moon and evil Sunday, the fire python nodded. Are you saying that the skull marks on other creatures appeared because of the evil moon and the evil sun? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Because if you want to survive here, you must have the ability to not be afraid of the evil force. But the evil force is everywhere in the Nether King Hell. Except for the blood demon race, other races can't survive at all. Of course. An expert like you naturally has to be treated differently. After all, the evil force can't pose much of a threat to you. But for creatures below the imperishable realm, this evil force is fatal. The fire python said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. The rules of the Nether King Hell were restrictions on cultivation, teleportation, and entering space divine objects. In fact, such restrictions were very common. For example, the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Although the Sky Bell Divine Treasure didn't have cultivation restrictions, the restrictions in other aspects were similar to the Nether King Hell. However, the undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure didn't have any mark on them. So, from this point one could conclude. Although the Nether King Hell had restrictions, these rules wouldn't form a mark on the creatures. Apart from the rules, the most unique thing in the Nether King Hell was the evil moon and evil Sunday. In this way, the origin of the mark was very likely because of the evil moon and evil Sunday. Qin Feiyang looked up at the evil moon, shook his head and sighed. It seems that we have to wait for senior brother to come out to figure this out. I hope he can bring us good news, but I don't know what he is doing now. The fire python looked at the evil moon, its eyes full of suspicion. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. At that time, Madman didn't say anything and just assured him. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the fire python. He asked, Brother Fire, has anyone else entered the Sky Cloud Realm these years? Enter the Sky Cloud Realm? The fire python was stunned. It lowered its head and tried to recall. It shook its head and said, I think so. Wait, there's one. Really? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just asking casually. This was because many people in the ancient world in Great Qi knew about the existence of the fourth level. For example, Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, Uncle Yuan and many others. He wanted to see if anyone would follow their footsteps and enter the Sky Cloud Realm. But unexpectedly there really was one. Yes. The fire python nodded and said with a smile, This person is also your childhood friend. Wait, aren't you in the Sky Cloud Realm? Didn't she look for you? Childhood friends? Qin Feiyang was stunned and scratched his head. The person who could be considered as his childhood sweetheart seemed to be only Lin Yi. Qin Feiyang quivered and asked, Are you talking about Lin Yi? Yes, that's her. It seems that you really don't know. Strange. You are also famous in the Sky Cloud Realm now. Why didn't she look for you? The fire python lowered its head with a puzzled face. Suddenly, its eyes trembled. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, Did she have an accident in the Sky Cloud Realm? Qin Feiyang's heart also sank. Who here knew the dangers of the Sky Cloud Realm better than him? Not to mention the 4 continents, even the Sky Cloud Sea was not something Lin Yi could set foot in. How could this be? Isn't it good to stay in the ancient world? Why did she go to the Sky Cloud Realm? I have to find her quickly. But how should I find her? Qin Feiyang was a little flustered for a while. He had no clue. Don't worry. When she entered the Sky Cloud Realm, she had already broken through to the imperishable realm. It shouldn't be a problem for her to protect herself. The fire python comforted. Brother Fire, in the Sky Cloud Realm, the imperishable realm cultivation base is nothing at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, his anxious mood calmed down. Yes. Little Rabbit. Little Rabbit was in charge of Sky Cloud Island all year round. If someone entered the Sky Cloud Realm, it would know. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said, Can you help me see if the old ancestor and the others have returned to the Sky Cloud Realm? The fire python closed its eyes and extended its perception infinitely. After a while, it opened its eyes and shook its head. I didn't see anyone. They have all left. It has been a few days. Why hasn't the old ancestor come to pick me up? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that something happened in the Sky Cloud Realm again? Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. Besides, if Lin Yi really has an accident, even if you rush back now, you can't change anything. The fire python comforted. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. I hope this girl is still alive. In the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. Swish. Early in the morning. Feather Emperor finally arrived at the ancient city. Old ancestor, what happened to you? I told you to pick me up in 2 days. Look at it now. Half a month has passed. I thought you had forgotten me here. Qin Feiyang complained immediately. Aren't I busy settling down the creatures in the sky cloud realm? Besides, even if I forgot anyone, I wouldn't dare to forget you. After all, you are now the pillar of our sky cloud realm. Feather Emperor smiled. Greetings, Lord Feather Emperor. At this time, King Yu Xuede and the others rose into the air and bowed respectfully. You know each other? Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu and the others in surprise. Feather Emperor must know King Yu and the others. After all, Feather Emperor had been lurking in hell for so many years. But King Yu and the others shouldn't have seen Feather Emperor before. King Yu smiled and said, 2 years ago, Lord Feather Emperor came to visit us. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Thinking about it, it made sense. The current Blood Demon tribe was made up of the descendants of the Blood Demon King. Thus, it was only natural for the Feather Emperor to visit them. No need to be so polite. Feather Emperor waved his hand and smiled. Looking at these giants in front of him, his heart was filled with emotions. If it wasn't for that battle back then, how could the Blood Demon race have fallen to such a state today? They had even been forgotten by the creatures in the Sky Cloud realm. It was all for the sake of the world. But soon, the Blood Demon race would be free. Off. Taking a deep breath, Feather Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Aren't you going to take the opportunity to return to Great Qin to take a look? Great Qin? Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. Forget it. If we go back now, we will only add more psychological burden to ourselves. After we deal with the Divine Kingdom, we will go back together. All right. Feather Emperor nodded. Looking at King Yu and the others and the fire python, he smiled and said, Then we will return to the Sky Cloud realm first. Take care. King Yu cupped his hands. The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang and said sincerely, Brother Qin, I definitely can't help you, but I am in charge of the 3rd floor of the Divine Site. It will always be your safe haven. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was touched. Go. For the sake of the world, do your best. The fire python smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the young man who was still sleeping not far away. He smiled and said, Little brother, let's go. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with sleepy eyes and shook his head, saying, I don't want to go now. Feather Emperor sized up the young man, and his pupils shrank slightly. He transmitted his voice, Feiyang, this person is not simple. If he was simple, I wouldn't have dragged him to the Sky Cloud realm. In the future, when we face the Divine Kingdom, he will definitely be of great help. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and went forward to pull the young man up by force, saying, What's so fun here? Let me tell you, the Sky Cloud realm is the most exciting place right now. Isn't it just a mere Divine Kingdom? This young master doesn't care about it at all. The young man snorted and reluctantly followed Qin Feiyang to the front of Feather Emperor. Snow Dragon was lying on the young man's shoulder and taking a nap. Snow Dragon wasn't like this in the past. He was very energetic. Why did he like to sleep so much now? It seemed that this thing was contagious. A mere Divine Kingdom? The corner of Feather Emperor's mouth twitched. This tone of his was really not an ordinary level of arrogance. Blood Demon said reluctantly, Brother Qin, come back more often when you have time. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. No matter who he forgot, he would never forget this group of simple and kind blood demons. Feather Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and the young man and asked, Which one of you has mastered the space-time law? Qin Feiyang looked directly at the young man. Because Chu Yun said that this guy had mastered the space-time law. The young man pursed his lips and said indifferently, Where are you going? Sky Cloud Island. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He must figure out Lin Yi's whereabouts. The young man waved his hand and a space-time passage appeared. See you later. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Fire Python, Ghost King and the others. He cupped his hands and smiled, then turned and stepped into the passage. Feather Emperor thought for a while and handed the badge in his hand to Fire Python, saying, When little madman appears, give this badge to him and let him return to the Sky Cloud realm quickly. Okay. Fire Python nodded and took the badge. When Feather Emperor and the young man entered the passage quickly dissipated. Lord Guardian, is the divine kingdom very strong? Ghost King looked at Fire Python and asked. I don't know. I have never seen the powerhouses of the divine kingdom. I just heard Qin Feiyang talk about the divine kingdom. But according to what he said, I'm afraid this divine kingdom is not ordinary. They may face a bitter battle. It's not only related to the safety of the Sky Cloud realm, but also the safety of our Nether King, Hell, and even the ancient world in Great Qin. In short, if they fall, the world will be finished. Fire Python was worried. Sigh. We can only blame ourselves for being useless. We don't even have the qualifications to contribute. Blood Demon stomped his feet angrily. Don't say that. Fire Python laughed. Many years ago, the Blood Demon clan was the savior of the world. But now they were indeed unable to participate in this war. Chapter 3890. Sky Cloud Island. Sky Cloud Island, which had been destroyed in the battle with the golden-armored middle-aged man, had been restored. After all, this was Little Rabbit's nest. With Little Rabbit's ability, it was easy to create an island. However, at this moment there was a pavilion on the mountain peak. There was a stone table and 4 stone stools in the pavilion. Little Rabbit and Blood Ancestor were sitting in the pavilion, one drinking wine and the other drinking tea. Swish. As Qin Feiyang and Feather Emperor appeared, Blood Ancestor got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You look good. Of course I'm good after resting for so long. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the pavilion. He scanned the endless sea in front of him and nodded. Facing the sea, the scenery is endless. It's not enough. What a showy thing. The young man pouted and walked to Blood Ancestor's side and sat down. He snatched the divine wine from Little Rabbit's hand and gulped it down. Little Rabbit looked at the young man in shock. Blood Ancestor's mouth twitched. The young man was the first person who dared to snatch wine from Little Rabbit. He knew more about the young man than Feather Emperor, because he had already heard about the young man when he appeared in the ancient world. What, look, isn't it just a jar of wine? I'll return it to you. The young man glanced at Little Rabbit in disdain and threw the wine jar over. Uncle Rabbit has a bad temper. Little Rabbit jumped up and slapped the young man with its paw. But at the same time, a space-time law appeared and the young man disappeared in an instant. The next moment he appeared in the sky above the sea. So fast? Little Rabbit's expression froze. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor also looked at Little Rabbit in shock. Although they didn't master the space-time law as the leaders of the human race, they naturally knew the power of the major laws like the back of their hands. At this moment, the space-time law displayed by the young man had reached the level of the ultimate profound. It was really unexpected. This mysterious young man actually mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he saw the young man smiling at Little Rabbit before turning around and leaving. He hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "To find a place to sleep." The young man answered without turning his head. "Sleep?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Very soon, the young man disappeared from their sight. The Blood Ancestor asked suspiciously, "Feiyang, who is this person?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Even you don't know?" The Blood Ancestor frowned. Qin Feiyang was the one who was most familiar with the young man. "I've asked him, but he didn't give me a single proper answer. If I tell you, you will definitely find it laughable. He said that he is the son of the god of creation." Qin Feiyang was speechless. The mouths of the Emperor of Feathers, the Little Rabbit, and the Blood Ancestor twitched. "I'm the father of the god of creation. Do you believe it? Don't worry about him. That's because I've yet to sense any malice from him. They shouldn't be enemies." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sat down next to the Blood Ancestor. He looked at the Little Rabbit and frowned. "Big brother, are you hiding something from me?" "What am I hiding from you?" The Little Rabbit drank wine while looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lin Yi's phantasm appeared immediately. He asked, "Have you seen her before?" As soon as the Little Rabbit saw Lin Yi's phantasm, his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. He shook his head and said, "No, who is she?" "Oh." Fire Python said that she came to the Sky Cloud realm. "You have been guarding the Sky Cloud Island all year round. How dare you say that you haven't seen her?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What a talkative guy. The Little Rabbit snorted secretly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I really haven't. Although Uncle Rabbit has been guarding this place all year round, there are times when I have to leave. What if she just entered the Sky Cloud realm when I left?" The Little Rabbit said faintly. "Is there such a coincidence?" If your expression is natural, I will really believe it. Qin Feiyang sneered. The little rabbit looked at Blood Ancestor and Feather Emperor and asked, Uncle Rabbit's expression is unnatural? Naturally. It's too natural. It's obvious that you have a guilty conscience. Feather Emperor despised. You are the one who has a guilty conscience. The little rabbit glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang asked, So, have you really seen her? Yes. The little rabbit nodded. Where did she go? Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly. Uncle Rabbit killed her with a slap. The little rabbit said faintly. You? Qin Feiyang got up abruptly, endured the anger in his heart and said angrily, I am not joking with you. This person is very important to me. How important? The little rabbit was curious. Qin Feiyang paused and said, In short, she is very important. Compared to your wife, who is more important? The little rabbit asked. Are you done? One of them is my wife and the other is my sister. Can you compare them together? Of course they are equally important. Tell me quickly. Qin Feiyang was extremely annoyed. I see. Little Rabbit came to a sudden realization and teased. Uncle Rabbit thought that you had other thoughts towards this childhood sweetheart of yours. Childhood sweetheart? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The little rabbit even knows this? Wait a minute. This bastard not only met Lin Yi, but also chatted with Lin Yi. She even knows my relationship with Lin Yi. Since she knows their relationship, the little rabbit will definitely take care of Lin Yi more or less. In other words, Lin Yi should be in no danger now. Feather Emperor glanced at the little rabbit and asked, Feiyang, is this girl really your childhood sweetheart? Qin Feiyang nodded. Ancestor Blood asked curiously again, Have you two done anything beyond friendship? Something beyond friendship? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. A row of black lines appeared on his forehead. He said angrily, You are already so old. Why are your thoughts still so dirty? How can you say that? You have no respect for your elders. Ancestor Blood's face turned black. Qin Feiyang was speechless. You are allowed to have dirty thoughts, but others are not allowed to say it? The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang, rolled her eyes and asked Feather Emperor, When you evacuated this time, did you see this girl? No. Feather Emperor shook his head. I didn't either. Could it be? The little rabbit was surprised. Qin Feiyang was shocked when he heard it. What could it be? What could it be? Can you not scare me? Sigh. Old 3, to tell you the truth, I did take care of her and asked her to go directly to the eastern continent to find you, but I really don't know if there were any accidents on the way. The little rabbit shook her head and sighed. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale when he heard it. When he evacuated, he didn't see Lin Yi. He didn't know where she was now. Could it be that an accident really happened? A hint of playfulness flashed in the little rabbit's eyes. She comforted, Big brother understands your feelings, but the dead can't be resurrected. Take it easy. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench weakly. Ancestor Blood and Feather Emperor looked at each other. Lin Yi was indeed important to Qin Feiyang. Feather Emperor glared at the little rabbit and said, Since you know their relationship, why didn't you personally escort her to the eastern continent? Do you think Uncle Rabbit is a saint? The little rabbit glared at him. Feather Emperor said angrily, Isn't this a piece of cake for you? Yes. But does Uncle Rabbit have this obligation? The little rabbit asked. Feather Emperor was speechless for a while. It seemed that there was no such obligation. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and shook his head. Old ancestor, don't blame big brother. After all, he is such a cold person. I'm cold? In the beginning, who gave you the way to the eastern continent? Who has been protecting the princess of the divine kingdom and the land of buried gods? And who was it that repeatedly saved you when you were in danger? Uncle Rabbit has seen through you. You are more white-eyed wolf than white-eyed wolf. You are simply heartless. The little rabbit was unhappy and scolded Qin Feiyang fiercely. I didn't say anything to you. Why are you saying so much? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Nonsense. With your current attitude, who would feel comfortable seeing it? Besides, I can give her directions and let her go to the eastern continent. That is already a great mercy. Whether she can survive or not depends on her own ability. Don't tell me you want Uncle Rabbit to protect her? The little rabbit snorted coldly. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's leave it to fate. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and again. He was quite irritated. I can't always think of the bad side of everything. What if Lin Yi is hiding somewhere and meditating in seclusion? Perhaps she has changed her appearance and blended into the crowd. Even if Feather Emperor and the little rabbit saw her, they would definitely not recognize her. Feather Emperor glared at the little rabbit, raised his hand and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder to comfort him. Then he said, "The creatures of each continent have been arranged. The people of the three major races have also returned to their respective nests. Now, only the people of Demon Palace, Heavenly Palace, Divine Palace and Rogue Cultivator Alliance are left. You can arrange these people yourself." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "What about the people of the Land of Buried Gods? How did you arrange them?" The door of the Divine Kingdom was in the Land of Buried Gods, so they definitely couldn't set foot in the Land of Buried Gods. Feather Emperor said, "I have discussed this matter with the little rabbit. The people of the Land of Buried Gods will stay in the Heavenly Cloud Sea in the future. When you return to the Black Tortoise World, send old Qing and the others out." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Blood Ancestor. "Ancestor, when the time comes, I will have to trouble you to help me set up a 5,000 years a day time array in the Demon Palace, Heavenly Palace, Divine Palace, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and the major cities. Only by doing so could the overall strength of the Heavenly Cloud Realm be effectively improved. This is a small matter. Now, although everything in the Heavenly Cloud Realm has returned to normal, because of the oppression of the Divine Kingdom, everyone is in a bad mood. In short, in everyone's hearts there is always a sense of panic. If this feeling is not eliminated, I am afraid that even if a 5,000 years a day time array is set up, they will not be able to calm down and cultivate," the Blood Ancestor said worriedly. "The younger generation of the Divine Kingdom hasn't arrived yet?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes." The Blood Ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned. It had been more than half a month, but they still hadn't come out. What was going on? However, the problem mentioned by the Blood Ancestor was indeed worthy of attention. He had to think of a way to deal with this panic as soon as possible. Chapter 3891. In the pavilion. The refreshing fragrance of the tea and the gentle sea breeze made people feel relaxed and happy. Qin Feiyang held a teacup and sipped the tea while pondering. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the Blood Ancestor, the Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit. He smiled and said, "Actually, the best way is to accept the challenge from the Divine Kingdom." Accept the challenge from the Divine Kingdom? The Feather Emperor was stunned. That's right. Why is everyone panicking? It's because the people from the Divine Kingdom are too strong. Even leaders like you don't dare to face the Divine Kingdom head-on, so there's a shadow in your heart. As the saying goes, whoever tied the bell should untie it. To solve this problem we have to start from the root. Qin Feiyang explained. The Blood Ancestor pondered for a while and said suspiciously, "You mean when the geniuses from the Divine Kingdom arrive, we will immediately accept their challenge?" "No. They won't challenge us. We will take the initiative to challenge them. And we must win the first battle. Because only by winning can we boost morale and stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. Only by winning can we shatter the shadow in everyone's heart and stand up again." Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. "That's a good idea. However, I'm afraid that the Divine Kingdom has the same idea." The Blood Ancestor frowned. "That's inevitable. The geniuses from the Divine Kingdom will definitely want to take us down a notch and further suppress our morale." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The Feather Emperor asked, "So, who will fight in the first battle?" Little Rabbit pointed at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, "Nonsense, of course it's him." "I can't." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Don't tell me you don't have the confidence?" Little Rabbit raised her eyebrows. "There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Little Rabbit was stunned. How could he treat the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom as little chicks? How domineering. "For the first battle we can't let Qin Feiyang fight. After all, he's our trump card." The Blood Ancestor chuckled. The Little Rabbit looked at the Blood Ancestor with confusion in her eyes. What kind of tricks did Qin Feiyang have up his sleeves? Even the Blood Ancestor was praising him? How about this? White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Dance, and Mask de Jura are all in seclusion to fuse with their inheritances. The little lunatic is also in the Infernal King's hell. He can't come back for the time being. Now only Qin Feiyang, Yun Xiang, Li Feng and Long Chen are left. Long Chen definitely won't make a move easily. Qin Feiyang also needs to conserve his strength. For the first battle, why don't we let Li Feng and Yun Xiang fight? The Blood Ancestor suggested. Sure. Both of them have grasped ultimate profound meanings. Besides, apart from the ultimate profound meaning, Yun Xiang has also comprehended several other profound meanings. Not to mention Li Feng. He has two ultimate profound meanings and the puppet true body. It won't be a problem for him to fight against four of them. The Feather Emperor nodded. Little Rabbit pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. No. If we let them fight, the chances of winning won't be high. However, Qin Feiyang disagreed. The chances of winning won't be high? The Feather Emperor and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. With Li Feng and Yun Xiang's strength and means, it was impossible for them to lose. Back in the land of buried gods, Yun Xiang and Li Feng fought with the old man from the Divine Kingdom. The old man knows their strength like the back of his hand. Moreover, the old man regards them as the super geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang smiled. Super geniuses? The Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit were stunned. It's like this. At that time the old man praised Yun Xiang and Li Feng quite a bit. He thought that they were the strongest of the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm. I reckon that Yun Xiang and Li Feng's names have already spread to the ears of the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. The Blood Ancestor shook his head and laughed. The true geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm were still keeping a low profile. I see. The Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit suddenly understood. Since the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom already know the strength and means of Li Feng and Yun Xiang, they will definitely think of a way to deal with them in advance. Therefore, I don't agree with letting them fight in the first battle. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then do you have anyone else in mind? The Blood Ancestor asked. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the sea ahead and murmured, if he hadn't left, he would have been the most suitable candidate. The Blood Ancestor and the other two were stunned. Then they realized that Qin Feiyang must be talking about that mysterious young man. If this young man could fight, it would indeed be good. Because this young man always gave people an unfathomable feeling, and his whereabouts were always uncertain. Unfortunately, he had no intention of participating in this battle at all. To be honest, in fact, everyone envied Mu Qing's life. She was like a wild crane, free and unrestrained. This matter is not urgent. Let's wait until the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom arrive. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked, what about Long Chen? He has returned to the dragons. The Blood Ancestor said. Qin Feiyang said, then, do the three clans have any complaints about the deaths of Dragon King and the other two? Of course. But the three of them died in the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't hide this matter. Even if they hate him, they hate Long Chen more. As for us, we are at most considered as accomplices. The Feather Emperor smiled faintly, not caring at all. The deaths of the three are not to be regretted. It doesn't matter even if they hate him. But, the dragons and Qilin clans are now led by Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun. But the Feng people, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. With Feng Ho's death, the Feng people were akin to a group of dragons without a leader. Because Bing Changtian was also dead, and the leader of the Feng people had also left the Feng people. The elders and reclusive old antiques of the Feng people were definitely not capable of leading the Feng people. You want Huo Wenchang and Huo Wu to return? The Blood Ancestor asked. I can't decide whether they stay or leave. It's up to them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Indeed, you can't interfere in this matter. After all, the Feng people have caused too much harm to them. The Feather Emperor nodded. Fine. I'll go to the Black Tortoise world first. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in his cup in one gulp, put down the teacup and vanished. Old villain, you have to give us an explanation today. Apart from the ultimate profundity of the law of karma, what else is this kid hiding? The little rabbit stared at the Blood Ancestor with a ferocious gaze, as though she wanted to eat him alive. The Feather Emperor also looked at the Blood Ancestor expectantly. The Blood Ancestor, on the other hand, was calmly sipping on his tea. This was the Longjing tea he had picked in the Black Tortoise World's tea garden. Tasted pretty good. Are you going to tell me or not? The little rabbit roared. What can you do if I don't tell you? The Blood Ancestor chuckled, infuriating the little rabbit. The Black Tortoise World. The sovereign's divine weapons were all repairing their damaged bodies in the land of origin. Qin Feiyang stood in the air above the herb field. His senses stretched out endlessly, allowing him to see everything clearly. Everyone's law miniatures had already fused, and they were all in seclusion to comprehend the profundity of the law. The white-eyed wolf, Princess Huofeng, and the masked Dajura, who were in the process of fusing their inheritances, were all emitting terrifying auras. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The next moment, he appeared in the tea garden. He saw Huo Wenchang sitting alone in the tea garden, listening to the birds chirping around him while sipping a pot of fragrant tea. He looked extremely comfortable. Uncle. Qin Feiyang smiled. Huo Wenchang opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You're back. Qin Feiyang nodded and sat opposite Huo Wenchang. He asked, Are you used to it? I've never been so comfortable. I'm really light with nothing to do. Huo Wenchang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. As long as uncle likes it. Have you fused with the law miniatures I gave you? Qin Feiyang took the teacup and asked. Yes. I haven't thanked you properly for this. Thank you very much. Huo Wenchang nodded, his face full of gratitude. Although he used to be the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan, the law miniatures were also a divine object that he dreamed of. You're welcome. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took a sip of tea. He hesitated and sighed. There's something I think I still need to tell you. What is it? Huo Wenchang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang briefly told him about the death of the Dragon King and the other two. Huo Wenchang's face suddenly stiffened when he heard this. His mood that had settled down with great difficulty was once again stirred up. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. Although Huo Wenchang had left the Feng people with Huo Wenchang's sense of responsibility, he would definitely worry about the future of the Feng people. Frankly speaking, compared to people like Bing Changtian, Huo Wenchang was many times better. He really didn't understand what this Feng Ho was thinking. After a long time, Huo Wenchang calmed down the emotions in his heart and asked, In that case, the Phoenix clan is now without a leader. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Maybe this is karma. Huo Wenchang sighed deeply. If Feng Ho hadn't joined the Dragon King and the Lord of Kailan to sneak attack the human sovereign and the others and seal the princess of the Divine Kingdom back then, how could she have died because of this? The so-called karma principle was the principle of the cycle of karma. Qin Feiyang said, I know you must be worried about the Feng people, uncle, so I'm telling you now and I respect your decision. Huo Wenchang was slightly stunned and smiled. Do you think I'll go back to the Feng people? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. My dear nephew, the human heart is very complicated. Although Feng Ho died because of the mistakes she made back then, although she was killed by Long Chen and had nothing to do with me and Wu, the Feng people won't think so. They will blame Feng Ho's death on us. Because they will say that if we didn't take away the Dominator divine weapon of the Feng people, how could Feng Ho be killed so easily? Besides, Feng Ho's death also has something to do with you. Now that we are with you, they will naturally think that Wu and I are accomplices. So, if we go back now, not only will they not accept us, but they will also slander us, saying that we instigated you to kill Feng Ho so that you can take the opportunity to seize the power of the Feng people. Huo Wenchang waved his hand. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed the leader of a family. He could see the problem so clearly. Chapter 3892. Now we can't go back. Otherwise we will continue to be wronged. I don't mind. But I can't bear to see we're being hurt by her people again. So I have to wait. Wait for the elders of the Feng people to take the initiative to come to us and ask us to go back. Huo Wenchang said. After all, you still care about the Feng people. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I don't want to care, but I can't. After all, I am a member of the Feng people. There are some responsibilities that I can't shirk. Otherwise, my conscience will always be condemned. Let's talk about it later. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. The culprits, Bing Changtian and Feng Ho, have been killed one after another. No matter how deep the grudge is, it should disappear. Huo Wenchang sighed. All right. No matter what you do, I will support you unconditionally. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Huo Wenchang was grateful. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Then you can continue. I will go and take a look elsewhere. Okay. Huo Wenchang nodded. After Qin Feiyang left, Huo Wenchang looked up at the sky and muttered, Feng Ho, if you knew this would happen, why didn't you regret it? You didn't hurt yourself but the entire Feng people. Soul Sealing Valley. This place was now famous in the Black Tortoise world. No one was willing to set foot here. But at this moment, there was a woman who was suppressed in the Soul Sealing Valley. This person was Bing Runing. Obviously, the person who suppressed her was the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang, you damn bastard, let me out. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear in the sky above the Soul Sealing Valley, Bing Runing's face was ashen. She immediately shouted angrily. Do you still think that I am attracted to your beauty? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. This was definitely a place that could make people collapse. Bing Runing could hold on until now. She was quite powerful. You are not human. You are a beast. Bing Runing clenched her fists. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang did not kill her. She did have such thoughts. Who would have thought that when they arrived at the Black Tortoise world, they would be faced with a calamity? Not only had his fighting soul been snatched away, but he had also been suppressed in this disgusting place. It was worse than death. Don't scold me. The one suppressing you is the fiend ancestor. What does that have to do with me? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Aren't you all in cahoots? Bing Runing roared. You're wrong about that. I'm really not with him. However, his actions are very much to my liking. I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. Feng Ho is dead. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What? Bing Runing's eyes trembled. She was still waiting for Feng Ho to save her. Because among all the Feng people, only Feng Ho had the ability to save her from Qin Feiyang. Who would have thought that she would receive such grievous news? Enjoy it. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned around to leave. Don't go. Please let me go. I beg you. I'll do anything you want me to do. Even if I have to be your concubine or maid, I'm willing to serve you. Bing Runing quickly cried out with a pleading look on her face. You. I think you're dirty? Qin Feiyang laughed out loud without looking back. Then he disappeared without a trace in an instant. It would be too easy to kill such a woman. He had to torture her slowly to vent the hatred in his heart. Half an hour later. Other than the masked Shura who was integrating the inheritance, everyone else was called out by Qin Feiyang. Elder Hua, He Zhongtian, the alliance leader, the three giants of the Heavenly Hall, Yun Xiang, Azure Dragon, etc. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation and said with a smile, "That's it. You can decide whether to stay or leave." In the end, no one wanted to stay. Although the cultivation environment of the Black Tortoise world was very good, it was still Qin Feiyang's territory. Moreover, people like Elder Hua and the alliance leader had to consider their disciples. As the people closest to Qin Feiyang, they knew that if they wanted to stay, Qin Feiyang would definitely welcome them. However, there was no other way. They had their own responsibilities. The order of the four continents needed them to maintain. Before leaving, Qin Feiyang also returned the red sword and golden crow pearl to the Demon Hall and Heavenly Hall. Although the giants of the four continents had returned to their original state and were controlled by the four major forces, the demon ancestor also kept his promise and personally went to the four continents to set up a 5,000-year time array for the four major forces. With this time array, in addition to Elder Hua and the others, who had opened the door of potential and merged with the laws, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. On this day, Yun Xiang arrived at the temple and fought a bloody battle with He Zhongtian, shocking everyone. Although He Zhongtian had already joined Qin Feiyang, the grudge between the He and Yun families was too deep. If he didn't settle it personally, Yun Xiang wouldn't be able to feel at ease. However, he didn't bully He Zhongtian and didn't use his ultimate ultimacy or sovereign divine weapon. Even so, He Zhongtian still lost miserably. However, in the end, Yun Xiang didn't kill him. From now on, the grudge between our families is written off. He crushed He Zhongtian's body with one palm and left after saying that. He Zhongtian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few years in the Black Tortoise world, although Yun Xiang hadn't come to find him, he knew that Yun Xiang definitely wouldn't let it go. Especially after understanding Yun Xiang's current strength, he felt even more nervous. The ultimate ultimacy was something that he couldn't touch at all. If Yun Xiang wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Not to mention Yun Xiang. Even Yun Zhongtian, who had been cultivating by the little rabbit's side for many years, was now strong enough to crush him. So, to be able to use the destruction of his body in exchange for Yun Xiang's forgiveness, in his opinion, it was already a great deal. Of course, he knew even better. The biggest reason why Yun Xiang could forgive him was because of Qin Feiyang. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang's face, even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, Yun Xiang wouldn't let him go. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. The gate to the Divine Kingdom was still suspended in the sky above the core area of the Land of the Buried Gods. But now there wasn't a single living thing in the Land of the Buried Gods. Even ferocious beasts didn't dare to step in. However, there were many spies hidden at the two entrances of the Land of the Buried Gods. These spies were naturally sent by the various forces in order to monitor the situation in the Land of the Buried Gods. On this day, Qin Feiyang appeared from the Black Tortoise world with Li Feng. Li Feng was now following Qin Feiyang closely. Wherever Qin Feiyang went, he would go. Those who didn't know would think that he was Qin Feiyang's bodyguard. During this period of time, the Blood Ancestor, the Little Rabbit, and the Feather Emperor had been staying together. They either sat on Sky Cloud Island to drink and chat or wandered around. In short, they were in a very leisurely state. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng appeared. After greeting the three of them, they opened a space-time tunnel and prepared to leave. Where are you guys going? The little rabbit twisted the wine pot and asked. Dragons. Qin Feiyang said. Why are we going to dragons? The little rabbit was stunned and puzzled. Of course we're going to find Long Chen and take back what belongs to us. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Emperor's sword? The blood ancestor asked. And? Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he had already agreed to return the Emperor's sword, Thousand Phoenix Mountain, Thieving Heaven Realm, and the Purple Gold Dragon Ball to him. But Long Chen hadn't returned it yet. He had no choice but to personally go to the dragons. It's good to get it back as soon as possible. The blood ancestor nodded and asked, Do you need us to cheer you on? Cheer me on? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Even if Long Chen had the heavenly god sword, he wouldn't dare to confront him directly. He said indifferently, You guys can relax here and bask in the sun. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang patted his head and looked at the Feather Emperor. Old ancestor, I encountered a sovereign weapon in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. He has some connections with you. What sovereign weapon? The Feather Emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise world and summoned the Green Cauldron from the Land of Source. Then, he brought the Green Cauldron in front of the Feather Emperor. And? The Feather Emperor looked at the Green Cauldron suspiciously. It seems that too much time has passed and you can't remember. Back then, in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I was surrounded by people from the three major races. In the end, you appeared and saved me from their hands. The Green Cauldron explained. Let me think. When the Feather Emperor heard this, he lowered his head and pondered. After a long time he suddenly said, I remember. So it's you. I really forgot. It's been too long. You forgot, but it didn't. These are in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If it helps, I won't be able to subdue sovereign weapons like the Ice Phoenix Sword. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The Feather Emperor nodded and said with a smile, This is fate. Then, he looked at the Green Cauldron and said suspiciously, But I seem to remember that you don't want to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Why did you come out with Qin Feiyang this time? It's a long story. The Green Cauldron sighed. Then you guys can talk slowly. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Speaking of which, we can be considered old friends. The Feather Emperor nodded with a smile. Right. Qin Feiyang patted his head again and looked at the Feather Emperor suspiciously. The Princess of the Divine Kingdom said that the 3,000 clones are a secret technique of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon. How did it end up in your hands? Of course, she gave it to me personally. The Feather Emperor said. In other words, the Princess of the Divine Kingdom also has the 3,000 clones? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. In the past she did. But not now. The Feather Emperor shook his head. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. No matter what divine technique it is, there are only two ways to give it to someone. One is to pass it down. The other is to engrave the divine technique and give it to the other party. Back then, when facing the sneak attack of the Dragon King's group, in a moment of desperation, sister-in-law directly engraved the 3,000 clones and gave them to me. This method would cause her to lose the 3,000 clones. The Feather Emperor explained. Regarding this matter, you have a huge responsibility. Do you know that? The blood ancestor snorted coldly. What responsibility? The Feather Emperor was puzzled. These 3,000 clones were originally left for Qin Badian. But what about you? You insisted on creating a divine treasure to test him. In the end, the demon ancestor got it. If not for Qin Feiyang snatching it away by chance, how are you going to compensate for this loss? The blood ancestor was dissatisfied. The Feather Emperor smiled embarrassedly. All these are not important. Even if I didn't snatch it away from Zhuge Mingyang back then, given the demon ancestor's current personality, he would still give it to me. However, these 3,000 clones, should I pass it down widely? Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 3893. Legacy? Feather Emperor and the other two were stunned. Yes. Just like the legacy I left behind in Great Qin. My younger brother, Qin Haotian, has already obtained the legacy of the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang said. This is a good idea. As long as everyone can obtain the legacy of the 3,000 incarnations, our overall strength will undoubtedly increase by several times. Li Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Qin Dage, you must give me a slot. You have the true body of the puppet. Are you still not satisfied? The blood ancestor rolled his eyes at Li Feng. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. I object to this matter. I object too. Feather Emperor nodded. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The current situation is already chaotic enough. What if someone obtains the legacy of the 3,000 incarnations and becomes overconfident and goes against us? Wouldn't that be adding insult to injury? Moreover, not everyone can inherit a secret technique like this. It depends on luck. Feather Emperor said. The people around me can be trusted. Such a thing shouldn't happen, right? Qin Feiyang frowned. We have to be cautious. Besides, if everyone has the 3,000 incarnations, what advantage do you have? Why should everyone treat you as their master? Therefore, sometimes one has to be selfish. One can't be generous and give everything to others. Feather Emperor said. What I'm most worried about is if we accidentally fall into the hands of the Feng people, dragons and Qilins. Can you imagine the consequences? Therefore, don't do anything risky. The Blood Ancestor reminded. Makes sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. Unless you have the means to restrain the 3,000 incarnations, Uncle Rabbit also objects. After all, even the purple gold divine dragon race is unwilling to pass it down to outsiders. One can imagine how important the 3,000 incarnations are. Little Rabbit chimed in. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. These concerns weren't without reason. He would rather work harder than take such a risk. One more thing. Qin Feiyang looked at the Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit and said, why do I feel that the heavenly cloud sea and the land of buried gods only have 8 sovereign divine weapons? Yeah, what's wrong? The Little Rabbit nodded and asked suspiciously. The dragons, the Feng people, the Qilin clan, they all had 10 sovereign divine weapons. Why do you only have 8? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Feather Emperor said, it's because some of our sovereign divine weapons died in the battle against the experts of the Divine Kingdom. That's right. Back then, we all had sovereign weapons of our own. However, in the end, only the Renhuang sword survived. However, even if it survived, it is now damaged. The Blood Ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked curiously, where is the beast god of the heavenly cloud sea? Why haven't I seen it before? Beast god. The Little Rabbit, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other with sadness on their faces. What happened? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Little Rabbit said, actually, the beast god also died in the hands of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. What? Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other with shock. The divine beast had died? Back then, the princess of the Divine Kingdom shattered the gate of the Divine Kingdom and forced the experts of the Divine Kingdom to leave. This angered the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. When the gate of the Divine Kingdom collapsed, the Lord of the Divine Kingdom personally came and attacked. At that time, the beast god was the strongest. In order to protect us, he fought against the Lord of the Divine Kingdom and forced the Lord of the Divine Kingdom to retreat at the cost of his life. The Feather Emperor said. Qin Feiyang was also heartbroken when he heard this. That battle back then was really tragic. He asked, then what about the beast god's punishment? It's Uncle Rabbit's method. The Little Rabbit said indifferently. Your method? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Now you know how much Uncle Rabbit cares about you. He has always been protecting you and Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf. The Little Rabbit snorted. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Go quickly. We must get the Sword of the Human Sovereign back. As for the other half of the Sword of the Human Sovereign, we must also get it back from the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. After all, this is the only thing left in the world by my brother. The Feather Emperor sighed. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang nodded his head heavily. Then he led Li Feng and stepped into the space-time tunnel. The Yin Demon Land. The inner area. This place was still filled with Yin demon power that couldn't be dissipated. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng directly landed in the sky above the inner area. The surrounding Yin demon power immediately surged into their bodies like a tide. Li Feng waved his hand and the law of spacetime rolled out. Now, his law of spacetime had reached the level of the ultimate profound. Even the Yin demon power in the inner area couldn't break through the defense of the law of spacetime. Thinking back to the situation back then, it was really a world of difference. Back then, Qin Feiyang and the others broke into this place and could only rely on frenzy to stop the erosion of the Yin demon power. After a little sigh, the two stepped forward and went straight to the core area. Qin Dage, I heard that there were a lot of law inheritances here in the past? Li Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. My law of destruction was obtained here. Qin Feiyang nodded. I wonder if there are any left now? Li Feng chuckled. Probably not. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When the dragons retreated, they definitely wouldn't leave out the inheritances here. Sure enough, along the way they didn't encounter any inheritance. But then again, the heritage of the three races was really extraordinary. Although the inheritances here didn't have the ultimate profound, they had the supreme profound. In the Sky Cloud realm, the inheritance of the supreme profound was a great fortune that countless people would fight for. If there wasn't a deep foundation, who would be willing to do this? Finally, Qin Feiyang and Li Feng rushed to a barrier. Inside the barrier there was a majestic mountain range. It was completely different from the desolation of the inner area. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, the vegetation was lush, and a magnificent waterfall fell from the high mountains like a fairyland. Li Feng glanced at the barrier and laughed. It seems that they are also afraid of the Yin demon power entering the dragon nest. That's for sure. Once the Yin demon power enters the dragon nest will be destroyed in an instant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and raised his hand to slap the barrier. The barrier didn't even tremble in the slightest. Wait. This aura, it seems to be the heavenly god sword. Qin Feiyang frowned. The barrier set up by the heavenly god sword, with his current strength, without activating 3,000 incarnations, he really couldn't shake it. This Long Chen was really vigilant. He actually let the heavenly god sword set up a barrier to protect the dragon nest. Shwa. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to activate 3,000 incarnations to forcibly break the barrier, a figure descended in front of the barrier. It was Long Chen. The barrier was set up by the heavenly god sword. If someone tried to break the barrier, the heavenly god sword and Long Chen would naturally be able to sense it at the first moment. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Brother Qin. Long Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang and Li Feng immediately appeared in the barrier. A majestic essence and vitality suddenly surged. If the inner area was hell, then the dragon nest was undoubtedly heaven. Then do you welcome it? Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountains in front of him and asked with a smile. Of course you're welcome. Long Chen smiled and rose into the air. He brought Qin Feiyang and Li Feng to the central area of the dragon nest. What? Qin Feiyang came to our dragon nest? Who gave him the guts to barge into our territory? Soon, the dragons knew that Qin Feiyang had entered the dragon nest, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation. What are you doing? All of you back off. Long Chen shouted. Long Chen, he's the enemy of the dragons. A reclusive old antique shouted. Long Chen said in a deep voice, I don't want to repeat this sentence a second time. In the current situation there's no distinction between friend and foe. We're all comrades. If you have the time to come here to join in the fun, you might as well go back and train hard to fight the strong enemy of the divine kingdom. But Lord Dragon King, someone shouted unwillingly. Long Chen said, I was the one who killed the Dragon King. If you want revenge, then come at me. This time the dragons fell silent. Long Chen shouted, if you don't have the guts, then get lost immediately. Don't embarrass yourself here. There was a great majesty in his words. The people of the dragon tribe who had gathered around finally left with a belly full of resentment. You're so impressive now. Li Feng chuckled. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't want to care about them at all, but there's no other way. They've taken care of me, my mother, and my sister all these years. I can't bear to sit back and do nothing. That's your character. Qin Feiyang nodded. If it weren't for Long Chen's character, he wouldn't have been able to get along with Long Chen so peacefully. Because in Long Chen's heart, there was compassion and righteousness. It was completely different from the selfish and cold Long Zun. Sometimes he couldn't help but doubt. Was this Long Chen the biological son of Long Zun and Ice Dragon? If it was Ice Dragon, it didn't seem to be so kind. So, people with our character are usually at a disadvantage. Long Chen shook his head. Brother, why did you let him in? Suddenly, a clear voice came from not far away. Following closely, a woman wearing a white dress stepped on the air. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her facial features were exquisite. However, Qin Feiyang didn't have a good impression of this woman. Because she was Long Chen's sister, the former ancient world's dragon's princess. Similarly, this princess dragons also had a deep-seated hatred for Qin Feiyang. Not only was she repeatedly schemed against by Qin Feiyang in the ancient world, but she was also beaten up badly by Qin Feiyang when she was in the underworld king's hell. Even back then, if she didn't leave her soul on the divine dragon island before entering the underworld king's hell, she would have become a skeleton by now. We've been old friends for so many years, what are you doing? Long Chen was displeased. Who's old friends with him? The princess dragon snorted coldly, her eyes full of disgust. I know myself. I really can't afford to be friends with him. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Chapter 3894. Since you know you can't climb up the social ladder, why are you here? Princess Dragon's face was cold. She's not stupid. On the contrary, she's a very smart woman. She knew that Qin Feiyang's words seemed to be complimenting her, but in fact he was mocking her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I can't help it. Who asked you to be Ice Dragon's daughter? Of course, I have to get close to you and see if I can get some benefits? Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Even if I let a dog benefit, I won't let you benefit. Princess Dragon sneered. Your Royal Highness's hobby is a bit special. All right. Since your Royal Highness likes dogs, then live with dogs. But I'm really envious. I don't know which dog will benefit in the future to be able to marry a beauty like you and walk to the peak of a dog's life? Speaking of which, do you have a dog here? If you don't have one, I'll go outside and get one for you? Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. What do you mean? Princess Dragon's was a little stunned. Long Qin and Li Feng also had a puzzled look. Live with a dog? Walk to the peak of a dog's life? But soon, the siblings and Li Feng understood what was going on. Long Qin's face suddenly turned black. It's just a quarrel. Is there a need to be so ruthless? Princess Dragon's gritted her teeth. How dare he humiliate her like this? Li Feng held back a smile on his face. Qin Feiyang said innocently, Isn't this what you said? You'd rather let a dog benefit than me? To be honest, although you look okay, I'm really not that interested in you. You bastard. What I mean is, even if there are benefits, I won't let you benefit. What do you want? Why are your thoughts so dirty? Princess Dragons roared in exasperation. You're talking about this? I thought you were talking about your body. Sorry, it's a serious misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Dragons and quickly waved his hand apologetically. Brother. Look at him. Princess Dragons hugged Long Chen's arm with a look of grievance. Cough. Long Chen dryly coughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, this is your fault. Although my sister is a little rude and unreasonable, you can't attack her. Yes. It's my fault. I really misunderstood her meaning. Qin Feiyang's words. Calm, I'm unreasonable? The Dragon Princess was stunned and said angrily, Brother, are you speaking up for me? It'll be fine after a while. Long Chen's expression darkened. You. Princess Dragon stomped her feet in anger. Long Chen glanced around and looked at a giant mountain on the left. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, let's go to the top of that mountain and sit for a while. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two walked over side by side. Li Feng followed. Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang's back. Her eyes flashed with a cold light and she snorted, I want to see what you want to discuss. Then he followed him silently. On the other side, Silver Dragon Clan's territory. A white-haired old woman holding a walking stick walked into a cave, looked at a silver-haired woman sitting inside and said respectfully, Your Highness, Qin Feiyang has come to our dragon nest. This silver-haired woman was the little princess of the dragons. Qin Feiyang? The little princess was stunned and asked suspiciously, Why did he come to our dragon nest? I don't know. He seems to be looking for Long Chen. The white-haired old woman shook her head. The little princess of the dragon's eyes flashed and murmured, It seems that his relationship with Long Chen is not ordinary. Not necessarily. Although Long Chen and Qin Feiyang seem to be enemies, Long Chen's mother Long Zun and his sister Long Qin have always hated Qin Feiyang. The old woman shook her head. The little princess of the dragons said with a smile, After all, it's the hatred of the extermination of the clan. It's normal to hate Qin Feiyang. The grudge between Long Zun and Qin Feiyang was not known by many dragons, and this little princess was one of them. Speaking of which, the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Long Chen is really thought-provoking. They clearly have a deep hatred, but in the end they get along like friends. I really don't understand what kind of people are they to be able to let go of such hatred. The white-haired old woman was puzzled. Let go? That's impossible, Li Tianlan said. If it weren't for the arrival of the Divine Kingdom, Long Chen and Qin Feiyang would have already started fighting. The little princess of the dragons waved her hand. This was true. If it weren't for the appearance of the Divine Kingdom, the person Qin Feiyang would have to deal with now would definitely be Long Chen. The white-haired old woman hesitated. Now the eldest prince and Long Chen are so close, do we still have a chance? Long Chen's status in the dragon nest is equivalent to Dragon King. And the eldest prince of the dragons has been following Long Chen all these years, and looking at Long Chen's usual attitude, he also takes care of the eldest prince of the dragons. So now they have to consider this layer of interest. Whether the Dragon King is alive or Long Chen is in power, we can't do it ourselves. However, no matter how good the relationship between my brother and Long Chen is, it has no effect on Qin Feiyang. If he wants to kill him, he can still kill him. The little princess of the dragons smiled faintly. But will Qin Feiyang continue to help us? According to Long Chen, Qin Feiyang said that when the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master are dead, the past grudges will be written off. The white-haired old woman frowned. There's no hurry. There's still a lot of time in the future, and there will be plenty of opportunities. We'll talk about it later. My brother had the Eye of Heaven taken away by Qin Feiyang. With his personality, do you think he'll let it go? Let's just wait and watch the show. The little princess of the dragons chuckled. When the white-haired old lady heard this, she couldn't help but nod and smile. Your Highness, don't delay your cultivation. Everyone thinks that the first prince is the #1 monster in the dragon clan, but they don't know that the real #1 monster is here. Monster? This kind of false reputation is only for those who don't have the ability but still want to be valued by others. And I don't need it at all. The little princess of the dragons sneered. At the peak of the mountain, Long Chen took out a round table and 4 stools. The 4 of them sat around the table. Long Chen looked at Li Feng while making tea and asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, does this little brother of yours have something against me? Because from the moment he entered the dragon nest until now, Li Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he looked at Long Chen and his sister. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? I really don't remember having any interaction with him. Long Chen was puzzled. You have to blame your people. Back then, you dragons ruled divine land and your people bullied people and did all kinds of evil. Li Feng's village was massacred by you dragons. Although this incident happened a long time ago, and the dragons of the ancient world are almost extinct, to Li Feng, you siblings and your mother Long Zun are the culprits. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. I see. Long Chen nodded and looked at Li Feng apologetically. He sighed. I didn't expect my dragons to bring so much harm to you in divine land back then. I'm really sorry. Li Feng sneered. You want to settle this with just an apology? How could it be so simple? Brother, why are you apologizing to him? Does he have the right? The princess of the dragons smiled disdainfully. What did you say? Do you believe that I'll cripple you now? Li Feng immediately stared at the princess of the dragons. His blood-red eyes were like a beast's, full of hostility. Cripple me? Do you have the ability? The princess of the dragons didn't show any fear. Instead, her eyes were full of provocation. Li Feng clenched his hands and the power of the law of time and space spread out. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Qin, don't you remember what I said? Long Chen glared fiercely at the princess of the dragons. The princess of the dragons snorted and turned her head away. Long Chen looked at Li Feng helplessly and said, Brother, I'm really sorry. If possible, I'd like to make up for the harm the dragons have done to you. Make up? Li Feng was so angry that he laughed. So many innocent people died tragically. How are you going to make up for it? Long Chen fell silent. Then how are you going to make up for the fact that my dragons were slaughtered by Qin Feiyang and the others? The princess of the dragons interrupted. Is it Qin Deji's fault? It's clearly your dragon race who asked for it. Li Feng sneered. Okay. Let's talk about these old debts later. Long Chen poured 2 cups of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, you came to me this time because of the promise I made to you. It's good that you still remember. Qin Feiyang took the teacup and smiled faintly. I definitely won't forget my promise to you. Long Chen smiled. With a wave of his hand, the 4 divine weapons appeared. They were the Broken Sword, the Thousand Phoenix Mountain, the Purple Gold Dragon Ball, and the Thieving Heaven Realm. Qin Feiyang infused his divine sense into the 4 divine weapons. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he sent them into the Black Tortoise world. Next, he had to think of a way to take back the other half of the Emperor's sword from the hands of the Divine Kingdom. Princess Dragon snorted and said, You're lucky that you met my big brother. If it were me, do you think I would return it to you? Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of behavior. He looked at Long Chen and asked, What about Chang Shui and the seal of my 2 war souls? As I said before, I really can't promise you. Moreover, I haven't contacted my father yet. Long Chen shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Whether it was Chang Shui or the seal of the 2 war souls, they were all thorns in his heart. But regarding this, to be honest, Long Qin might not have this ability, because Chang Shui was taken away by Small Beast, and the 2 war souls were also sealed by Small Beast. Long Qin could at most help to convey the message. In the end, it still depended on Small Beast's attitude. How annoying. I'll try my best. Long Qin sighed. Thank you. For this matter, whether Long Qin was sincere or not, he should say thank you. Chapter 3895. Long Qin waved his hand and said with a smile, I've given you what you want. Now let's discuss who will fight in the first battle. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, Emperor of Feather and the others have already looked for you? No. Why did they look for me? Long Qin was puzzled. If they didn't look for you, why did you mention this? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. You've also discussed this? Long Qin was also quite surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, This is the second thing I came to you for. Long Qin was startled for a moment before laughing. It seems our hearts really are connected. We're thinking of the same thing. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were obviously opponents, but they had such tacit understanding. Was this the so-called ill-fated relationship? Then tell me what you think. Since Long Qin had thought of this, he must have his own ideas. In this first battle we can only win. We can't lose. So we have to be careful about who we choose. Here's what I think. Yun Xiang and Li Feng have already fought. The Divine Kingdom will definitely focus on them, so they can't be the first to fight. Long Qin said. You really have the same idea. Qin Feiyang was helpless. So it's really a pity that we didn't become friends. Long Qin shook his head and smiled. Friends? This word was a little distant for him and Long Qin. He asked, Then who is your candidate? Long Qin. Long Qin said. Long Qin? Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were stunned. Long Qin glanced at them and said with a smile, Long Qin is my sister. Long Qin. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess of Dragons. What are you looking at? Be careful not to dig out your eyeballs. Long Qin glared at him. No. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Long Qin and frowned. Does she have the strength? Who are you looking down on? Long Qin immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin, Long Qin glared at her and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Don't look down on my sister. Her current strength is not inferior to yours and mine. No way. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Why don't we have a fight? Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang with a provocative expression. You're not done? Long Qin's expression darkened. It was really a headache. Long Qin snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. She was also very angry in her heart. Was he really her biological brother? Why does he always speak for outsiders? Long Qin sighed helplessly and said, Brother Qin, you know my character. I don't like to rely on my father, but my sister is different. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. She will do everything she can to get what she wants from my father. For example, the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning. You should know that with my father's ability, it is not difficult to find 2 or 3 ultimate profound meaning inheritances. Back then, after she was bullied by you in the Nether King's Hell, she followed my father to cultivate in seclusion for a while. In short, putting aside your 3,000 incarnations in the Eye of Heaven, your current strength may not be as strong as her. Long Qin smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Yes. Although Long Qin was not a good person, she had a powerful father. What she wanted wasn't it just a matter of opening her mouth. It was indeed different for people who had backing. Take the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning for example. People like them could not get it even if they tried their best. However, Long Qin had people delivering it to her even when she was sitting at home. This was the gap. The saying, comparisons are odious was not false at all. You don't have any objections, right? Long Qin asked with a smile. You have so much confidence in her, what else can I have? Qin Feiyang shook his head. I am not willing. Long Qin pursed her lips. Qin, this is not a child's play. You must be obedient. Because only by winning the first battle can the creatures of the Sky Cloud realm get rid of the panic. And at that time you have to win easily. Long Qin reminded. Long Qin said indifferently, didn't someone think that he is very strong? Let someone make a move. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said speechlessly, I never said that I was very strong. Isn't that what you think? Long Qin looked at him with disdain. Whatever you say as long as you are happy. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in the cup, got up, looked at Li Feng and said, let's go. Li Feng also got up. He did not want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Don't you want to stay for a while? Long Qin was taken aback. No, I don't want to be an eyesore to someone. Qin Feiyang shook his head and glanced at Long Qin. It's good that you know. Get out of here as soon as possible. Long Qin smiled coldly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Long Qin looked at the two helplessly. If people didn't know, they would think that they were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. But just as Li Feng opened the passage, a voice transmission stone buzzed. Long Qin was stunned and took out the voice transmission stone. But at this time, Qin Feiyang's voice transmission stone also rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did it ring at the same time as Long Qin's voice transmission stone? This was too much of a coincidence. He hurriedly took it out. At this moment, Elder Hua's shadow appeared. After Long Qin activated the voice transmission stone, a familiar figure also appeared. It was the eldest prince of the dragons. Qin Feiyang and Long Qin looked at each other, then looked at Elder Hua and the eldest prince of the dragons and asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, a spy reported that the heavenly talents of the divine kingdom have appeared. Elder Hua said in a deep voice. They're finally here? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His eyes flashed and he asked, "How many people are there?" "Only 10. Elder Hua said. "That's all?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Where are they now?" "They're coming to the exit of the eastern continent." Elder Hua said. "Got it. Don't worry, we'll take care of this matter. You should take advantage of the time to cultivate." Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Elder Hua nodded and the shadow disappeared. The conversation between Long Qin and the eldest prince of the dragons also ended. The content was similar to what Elder Hua had said. The two put away the voice transmission stone and smiled at each other. "How can you still smile?" Li Feng was speechless. The arrival of the heavenly talents of the divine kingdom meant that the war between the Sky Cloud realm and the divine kingdom was about to begin. But these two didn't seem nervous at all. "If I don't smile, should I cry?" Long Qin shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at Long Qin and said, "Little sister, it's your turn now. Try to impress Brother Qin." "Who is he? Why should I make him look at me in a different light?" Long Qin said in disdain. "Consider it for yourself. After cultivating for so many years, it's time to see the results." Long Qin said. He waved his hand and a space-time passage opened. He smiled and said, "Let's go and see the heavenly talents of the divine kingdom." The four stepped into the passage one after another. Eastern continent. In front of the entrance to the land of the buried gods. At this moment, the spies of the various forces were no longer hiding. They gathered together and stared at the dark void inside. They could vaguely see 10 figures walking in the void. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. With the arrival of Qin Feiyang and the other three, the people of the various forces immediately surrounded them. Of course. For example, the spies of the Feng people and the Kirin clan looked at Qin Feiyang and Long Qin with hatred in their eyes. But Qin Feiyang and Long Qin didn't take it to heart. Their eyes swept directly to the land of the buried gods. With their current strength, they could actually feel pressure from the aura of those 10 people. It was obvious that those 10 people were not ordinary. At this moment, a few more figures appeared one after another. They were Qi Xiaoyun of the Kirin clan, Hua Dahong of the Feng people, Yun Xiang and Emperor Sea Lion. "You guys are here too." Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiaoyun, Yun Xiang and Emperor Sea Lion smiled. "Of course we have to come and take a look." Emperor Sea Lion smiled. "Where are the ancestors?" Qin Feiyang asked. "They are drinking on Sky Cloud Island." Emperor Sea Lion shook his head helplessly. "All right. It seems that they are really going to be hands-off managers." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. As for Hua Dahong, Qin Feiyang ignored him. He also didn't come to ask for a snub. He stood silently at the side and watched all of this. "Qin ergo." Long Qin smiled. Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and stepped directly into the land of the buried gods. Who is she? Why did they let her enter the land of the buried gods? Are they going to let her fight with the geniuses of the divine kingdom? Are you kidding me? How can a woman defeat the geniuses of the divine kingdom? Apart from the dragons, the other forces didn't know Long Qin. Therefore, when they saw her enter the land of the buried gods alone, they couldn't help but discuss. Even Yun Xiang, Emperor Sea Lion, and Qi Xiaoyun were the same. Yun Xiang glanced at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice, "Li Feng, let's go too." Li Feng was stunned. "We can't let a woman be in the limelight. Moreover, the people of the divine kingdom will definitely scold the men of the Sky Cloud realm for hiding behind a woman." Yun Xiang thought. "But Qin Dage won't let us make a move." Li Feng was conflicted. Don't worry about him. Besides, we're just going to take a look. We won't necessarily make a move. Yun Xiang said. Okay. The two hit it off. While Qin Feiyang and the others weren't paying attention, they rushed into the land of the buried gods with a whoosh. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were stunned. A trace of helplessness appeared on their faces. These two really liked to be in the limelight. Long Chen ignored them. He looked at the first prince of the dragons and said, "Go to the 4 continents now and spread the news." What? The first prince of the dragons was puzzled. Let the creatures of the 4 continents watch the battle, of course. Long Chen smiled. The first prince of the dragons was stunned. Although he didn't know Long Chen's purpose, he listened to Long Chen's words. He immediately activated a teleportation device and left. What? The geniuses of the divine kingdom have arrived. Qin Feiyang and the others have already gone to accept the battle? Let's go and take a look. Not only the first prince of the dragons, but the disciples of the Heavenly Hall, Divine Hall, Demon Hall, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance were also spreading the news. At this moment, the 4 continents were in an uproar. Whether it was humans or beasts, they all rushed to the eastern continent. Chapter 3896. The Land of the Buried Gods. The dim sky and sultry air seemed to indicate that a great battle was about to begin. 10 young men and women came side by side. There were 6 men and 4 women. The men were tall and straight with a dignified appearance. The woman was an outstanding beauty, graceful and full of charm. Their expressions were calm and arrogant, as if they were walking in the back garden. Each of them showed an extraordinary temperament, like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. When Qin Feiyang and others arrived at the exit, they had already noticed the people outside the exit. These are the people of the Sky Cloud Realm? No one dares to come in and stop us. It seems that, as the elders said, the younger generation of the Sky Cloud Realm is a group of trash. You can't say that. Ants also have their value, and their value is to become our prey so that we can enjoy ourselves in the Sky Cloud Realm for 1,000 years. Why do we need 1,000 years? In minutes, we can suppress the younger generation of the Sky Cloud Realm. The 10 people talked and laughed, and their words were full of contempt for the Sky Cloud Realm. But before their voices faded, they saw Long Chen step into the land of the buried gods. The 10 people were immediately stunned. They just said that the Sky Cloud Realm was a group of trash and no one dared to stop them, and the next moment a person ran in? And it was a woman. They actually let a woman intercept them. Looking down on them? Daring to despise them, they will pay the price. Immediately after, they saw Li Feng and Yun Xiang both enter the land of the buried gods. And? Looking at Li Feng and Yun Xiang, the 10 people were stunned. These 2 people. They seemed to be the 2 heavens prides of the Sky Cloud Realm that old Wu mentioned? One of the blue-haired young men frowned. It seems to be them. I heard that both of them have mastered an ultimate mystery. And that blood-haired man can summon 3 puppets, which are somewhat similar to the 3,000 incarnations. Their strength is very impressive. A woman in red said. So what if they are puppets? In front of our Ryuko, anyone is an ant. Another black-haired young man smiled disdainfully as his gaze shifted to a purple-clad young man. The woman in red, the blue-haired young man, and the others could not help but look at the purple-clothed young man with a trace of fear in their eyes. The purple-clothed young man had his eyes closed the entire time. Even Long Chen and Yun Xiang didn't open their eyes when they entered the land of buried gods. Their faces were expressionless and cold. Who are you calling an ant? Long Chen swept over and stood in front of the 10 people. Her looks are not bad. Fighting is really boring. Why don't you accompany us, brothers, to drink and chat? Let us experience the fine wine, delicacies, and beauties of the Sky Cloud Realm. The corner of the blue-haired young man's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Long Chen in a cynical manner. You even dare to provoke Long Chen's younger sister? Li Feng was stunned. What? Is she Long Chen's sister? Yun Xiang was bewildered. Yes. It's called Long Chen. Li Feng nodded. Then isn't she the daughter of Ice Dragon? Yun Xiang looked at Long Chen in surprise. No wonder this woman dared to come alone to intercept the heaven's pride of the divine kingdom. One had to know. As the daughter of Ice Dragon, even if she was a loser, she could be cultivated into a peerless heaven's pride. But I don't know how strong this woman is. But according to Long Chen, she seems to be a bit powerful. Why don't we take a look first? Li Feng transmitted his voice. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded. Since she was the daughter of Ice Dragon, he naturally had to take a good look. After all, she was a future rival. The two rushed to the back of Long Chen. What are you guys doing here? Long Qin was dissatisfied. Yun Xiang grinned and said, "Of course we are here to cheer for you. Goddess, come on." "I think she is more like a neurotic," Li Feng muttered. "What did you say?" Long Qin turned her head and glared at Li Feng. Yun Xiang also stared at Li Feng angrily and said, "Li Feng, this is your fault. Long Qin is a goddess-level figure in the Sky Cloud realm. She is definitely the #1 person in the Sky Cloud realm. How can you say that about her? Besides, there are a few stray dogs next to her." "Who are you calling stray dogs?" The blue-haired youth raised his eyebrows and stared at Yun Xiang unkindly. Except for the purple-clothed youth, the others were also glaring at Yun Xiang. "Are you stupid? Is there anyone else here besides you? Of course I am scolding you." Yun Xiang laughed heartily. "What a bunch of cute idiots." Oh. Long Qin was still very angry, but when she heard Yun Xiang's words she couldn't help but laugh. Li Feng's mouth was also twitching. These people were really stupid, coming up to be scolded. The blue-haired youth clenched his hands, and a trace of hostility crept up between his eyebrows. A terrifying aura erupted, and the other 9 people immediately took a few steps back. Except for the purple-clothed youth, their faces were full of playfulness. "You can't win, so you fight? What kind of man are you? I don't know if a gentleman uses his mouth or not. Goddess, come on, make him kneel under your skirt." Yun Xiang shouted fiercely. He thought that Li Feng would appear, but in the end, Li Feng was dragged to the side. When Long Qin heard the last sentence, her face suddenly turned dark. Under her skirt? How could there be such a dirty person? She suppressed the anger in her heart and looked up at the blue-haired youth. Her face was full of disdain as she said lightly, "I don't want to bully you. Come at me together." What? The group of people looked at each other. She was even more arrogant than them? More importantly, she was a woman. How could they tolerate this? Yun Xiang was also stunned, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. She was indeed the daughter of Ice Dragon. No one could compare to her arrogance. The blue-haired youth came back to his senses and stared at Long Qin asking, "Long Qin, right? I don't talk to dogs." Long Qin looked at the blue-haired youth proudly. "I can't help it." Yun Xiang grabbed Li Feng's shoulder and desperately tried to hold back his laughter. His face was red. This woman was really outrageous. She was completely different from Long Qin. Fortunately, the opponent now was not him. Otherwise he would definitely go berserk. But now, he was very happy in his heart. Because the one being humiliated was the Divine Kingdom's genius. At the same time, the blue-haired youth's expression stiffened. He never thought that he would be humiliated like this when he just came to the Sky Cloud realm. Even in the Divine Kingdom he was a genius that countless people looked up to. Now, a woman from a low-level civilization was also arrogant in front of him? Boom. His aura surged. Heaven and earth shook. The power of Allah surged out and swept in all directions like a huge wave. This was the Death Law. Accompanied by a loud bang, a blood-red crescent moon rose, and the aura of death shrouded the world. This was the Supreme Profound of the Death Law. You dare to use a mere Supreme Profound to show off in front of an expert? It doesn't matter if you're a dog, but at least you should know your limits. Long Qin smiled contemptuously, and a terrifying power of death emerged from her body. The next moment, the ultimate profound, the 18 layers of hell appeared out of nowhere. This place instantly turned into a battlefield of Azura. Countless evil spirits were howling. No way. This woman actually mastered the ultimate profound. Yun Xiang's expression froze. Li Feng couldn't help but frown. With Long Qin's talent, it was impossible for her to comprehend the ultimate profound of the strongest law so quickly. After all, people like Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi had not comprehended an ultimate profound. Therefore he was sure that this was the ultimate profound inheritance that Ice Dragon had given her. With a backer it was really different. He had risked his life in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and had only grasped 2 ultimate profound. However, this woman could obtain the inheritance without doing anything. How could there be such a big difference between their fates? At the same time, opposite, the blue-haired youth and the others couldn't help but frown. They thought that among the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm, only Li Feng and Yun Xiang had mastered the ultimate profound, but they didn't expect a woman to jump out now. Could it be that it was as Yun Xiang had said before, that this woman was the #1 person in the Sky Cloud realm? Boom. In the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the 18 layers of hell shattered the sky and blasted toward the crescent moon. Although the Supreme Profound was powerful, how could it compete with the ultimate profound? In just an instant, the crescent moon collapsed, and the 18 layers of hell suppressed the blue-haired youth with the power to destroy the world. The earth was collapsing, and the void was shattering as if doomsday had arrived. Outside the exit, Long Qin waved his hand, and with a loud clang the heavenly god sword appeared. Divine power rolled out and quickly sealed the exit to prevent the battle inside from harming the creatures outside. At this time, tens of thousands of creatures had rushed here to watch the battle. The moment the heavenly god sword appeared, the geniuses of the divine kingdom were shocked and looked up at the heavenly god sword. It was actually a mid-level sovereign divine weapon. It seemed that the sky cloud realm wasn't so weak. However, it was worth mentioning that the purple-robed youth didn't open his eyes even when he sensed the great divine power of the heavenly god sword. It was as if everything in this world wasn't worth his attention. On the battlefield, the 18 layers of hell emitted a destructive aura and crazily suppressed the blue-haired youth. However, the blue-haired youth wasn't nervous at all. He even calmly observed the heavenly god sword. Seeing that the 18 layers of hell were about to fall, the blue-haired youth finally retracted his gaze and looked at Long Qin with ridicule in his eyes. The next moment, he took a step and instantly disappeared without a trace. The supreme profound of the time law, instant time. Boom. The 18 layers of hell bombarded the ground. Billowing dust and smoke covered the sky and earth. Long Qin stood in the dust and smoke and scanned the surroundings. Clang. Suddenly, there was a sword cry. Following closely, a sharp light that could tear the sky and earth surged out. In the next moment, the blue-haired young man appeared behind Long Qin. He was holding a translucent sword in his hand. The sword radiance that seemed to be able to destroy the world surged toward Long Qin. The ultimate profound of the time law. Yun Xiang and Li Feng's eyes darkened. The geniuses of the divine kingdom were indeed not to be underestimated. Two supreme laws. Among them, the death law had comprehended the supreme profound. The time law had mastered the ultimate profound. This strength, if it weren't for the fact that they had gone to the Sky Bell divine treasure and obtained a lot of good fortune, no one in the Sky Cloud realm could compete with these geniuses of the divine kingdom. Chapter 3897. The ultimate profundity of the time law not only had the strongest lethality, but it was also as fast as lightning. Clang. In just an instant, the long sword was in front of Long Qin. The sharp edge covered the sky and earth, destroying everything in all directions. But in this regard, Long Qin's expression didn't change. She took a step forward and instantly disappeared in front of the blue-haired youth. What? Moment of time. The blue-haired youth's pupils contracted. This woman actually grasped two supreme laws as well? The next moment, accompanied by a loud clang, a sharp edge that could tear the sky and earth apart swept from behind. This aura, the blue-haired youth's expression changed again. Because he himself had mastered the time law, he was particularly familiar with the aura of the time law. Just as the sharp edge emerged behind him, he immediately knew that this was also the ultimate profundity of the time law. Indeed. At this moment, Long Qin's hand was holding an identical translucent long sword. Her eyes were full of mockery. The long sword was like a graceful swan as it flew out of her hand, crossed the river of time, and instantly attacked behind the blue-haired youth. At this time, it was too late for the blue-haired youth to dodge. Accompanied by a painful scream, the blue-haired youth's body shattered on the spot in the void. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his divine soul fled for his life. With this strength, you dare to come to the Sky Cloud realm to be arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Although she was a woman, her domineering aura was unparalleled. The long sword tore through the sky, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth, and attacked the blue-haired youth. How dare you? Not far away. On the side of the divine kingdom's heaven's pride, the other people who were watching the battle slightly changed their expressions. Among them, a red-clothed woman and a black-clothed youth roared in unison and immediately rushed toward the blue-haired youth's divine soul. And at the same time, a power of law emerged from the two of them. Boom. The next moment, two ultimate profundities appeared. The red-haired woman mastered the ultimate profundity of the death law. The black-clothed youth mastered the ultimate profundity of the destruction law. The two ultimate profundities shattered the void and the earth as they madly attacked Long Qin. They never expected that Long Qin's strength would be so strong. She alone had mastered two ultimate profundities. For the divine kingdom, this was really a bad start. It was a humiliation. Fuck. You're actually bullying me with numbers? Li Feng cursed angrily, killing intent erupting from his body. Although he hated the dragon race, hated Long Qin, and Long Zun, he wouldn't drag his personal grudges into this matter when it came to the bigger picture. The laws of spacetime's ultimate profundity was instantly activated. A vast river of stars descended from the sky. Countless stars twinkled, exuding a godly might that could destroy the world. Seeing that Li Feng had made a move, Yun Xiang decisively activated the law of death's ultimate profundity. This was the ultimate inheritance that the divine king of primal chaos had given him. The two ultimate mysteries were like divine weapons descending from the heavens, instantly clashing with the ultimate mysteries of the two women in red. A destructive aura burst out from his body. The periphery of the land of the buried gods had been razed to the ground, and the shockwaves from the battle were still spreading towards the central region. Wherever the shockwaves went, mountains collapsed and the void collapsed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. After all, this was the ultimate profound. The four ultimate profound were equivalent to four sovereign divine weapons. Their destructive power could be imagined. At the same time, a shrill scream was particularly ear-piercing. Longqin caught up with the blue-haired youth's divine soul in one step. Without any mercy, he slashed his long sword angrily. The blue-haired youth's divine soul was annihilated on the spot, leaving only a scream that echoed in the sky above the periphery for a long time. The geniuses of the divine kingdom were stunned. Outside the exit, at this moment hundreds of thousands of humans and beasts had gathered, densely packed. But at this moment they were also stunned. A genius of the divine kingdom who had mastered the strongest law of ultimate profundity was killed just like that? This woman, she was too strong. Even if she was from the divine kingdom, she was merciless. So strong. Who exactly is she? How come I've never seen her before? Her strength is not inferior to the supergiants like the Dragon King. Everyone's heart couldn't help but be turbulent. This was the genius of our sky cloud realm. What was the divine kingdom? While everyone was shocked, their hearts were also burning with hope and fighting spirit. With such a genius overseeing the sky cloud realm, what were they afraid of? At the front of the exit, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen stood side by side. Without looking back, they could already feel the fighting spirit of the hundreds of thousands of creatures behind them. It seems that the effect is very good. Long Chen smiled slightly. When Long Qin and the blue-haired youth first exchanged blows, the living beings that came here were still in a state of panic. But at this moment, with the death of the blue-haired youth, the atmosphere was completely different. This was equivalent to a shot of cardiac stimulant. It let everyone see hope and the strength of the sky cloud realm. In fact, the younger generation of the sky cloud realm was not weaker than the divine kingdom. It's all thanks to your sister. But then again, the two ultimate profundity of the ultimate profundity are really surprising. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Qin with a trace of a smile on his face. Regardless of the previous grudges, regardless of the future position, Long Qin's current performance was indeed impeccable. She took the initiative to challenge and killed with one blow. Not only did she take the divine kingdom's genius down a notch, but she also boosted their morale. Long Qin chuckled and said, "So when we were in the dragon nest, I told you that my sister must not be underestimated now. Then how many ultimate profundity inheritance did she get from your father?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "I don't know either. But what I have, she has." Long Qin shook his head. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The profoundness hidden in this sentence was extraordinary. What Long Qin had. Didn't this mean that Long Qin had the Sky God Sword, and Long Qin also had an intermediate sovereign divine weapon? Sure enough, sometimes comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. On the battlefield, Long Qin waved his hand, and the long sword returned to his hand. He looked at Li Feng and Yun Xiang and said unhappily, "Who told you to interfere? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You don't know how to appreciate others' kindness. If we didn't come to help, would you have killed that wild dog?" Li Feng raised his eyebrows. "They're just a bunch of trash. If you didn't help, I would have killed them all the same. Mind your own business." Long Qin snorted coldly. "Trash?" The woman in red and the others clenched their fists. One moment he called them a wild dog and the next moment he called them trash. Did he really think that they were made of mud? Boom. The two of them were furious. The Death Edict and the Destruction Edict were activated again, and they charged toward Long Qin angrily. "Get lost." Long Qin glared at Li Feng and Yun Xiang. He took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand immediately surged with thousands of sword chi, covering the sky and earth. At the same time, the Death Edict surged out, and the 18 layers of hell appeared, carrying with it a monstrous demonic power. "You really don't know what's good for you. Let's retreat." Yun Xiang glared at Long Qin angrily, and then retreated far away with Li Feng. You want to show off? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see how you're going to block all the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. As time passed, the battle gradually reached its climax. Although it was 1 against 2, Long Qin didn't show any signs of being at a disadvantage. It was as if he was possessed by a goddess of war. The more the red-haired woman and the black-clothed youth fought, the more frightened they became. Before coming to the Sky Cloud realm, Old Wu had warned them to be careful of Li Feng and Yun Ziang. Because these two were the geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm, and their strength wasn't inferior to theirs. But they never expected that the first opponent they faced after coming to the Sky Cloud realm wasn't Li Feng and Yun Ziang, but a woman they had never mentioned before. And this woman's strength was stronger than Li Feng and Yun Ziang. Her methods were also extremely ruthless, directly killing one of their companions. One must know. A person like the blue-haired youth, no matter where he was, would be a bright sun. Even the Divine Kingdom couldn't bear the loss of such a genius. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I advise you to come back as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later you'll be annihilated. Long Qin faced the stormy attacks of the two with ease, his indifferent face full of disdain. Annihilated? What a boastful tone. The two were furious. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, 2 laws emerged from their bodies. In an instant, this world was drowned by thunder, sword chi, and murderous aura. What? Li Feng and Yun Ziang were shocked. Both of them had actually grasped 3 ultimate profundities. The red-haired woman's 3 ultimate profound were the Death Law, Thunder Law, and Slaughter Law. The black-clothed youth's 3 ultimate profound were the Destruction Law, Thunder Law, and Sword Law. 3 ultimate profound meanings. This was a level higher than theirs. Because even Li Feng only mastered 2 ultimate profound, the Space-Time Law and the Slaughter Law. As for Yun Ziang, he had only grasped the ultimate profundity of the laws of death. Was this the strength of the Divine Kingdom's geniuses? They were indeed powerful. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of creatures outside the exit couldn't help but panic again when they saw the powerful strength displayed by the red-haired woman and the black-clothed youth. Even a single ultimate profundity was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them, let alone 3 ultimate profundities. If these young people were so powerful, then how terrifying would the older generation of the Divine Kingdom be? Facing such a Divine Kingdom, was there any hope for the Sky Cloud realm? Qin Feiyang and Long Qin saw this change, but they didn't say anything. They silently looked at Long Qin. They must win this battle. Otherwise the panic would spread again. And it would be more intense than before. Because in the past, although they were afraid, they didn't witness the strength of the Divine Kingdom with their own eyes. But this time, they all saw it with their own eyes. If Long Qin was defeated here, the negative impact would be unimaginable. Boom. On the battlefield, the red-haired woman and the black-clothed youth were both filled with murderous aura. 6 ultimate profound. 2 ultimate profound of the strongest laws opened the way in front. 4 ultimate profound of the ordinary laws followed closely behind. They majestically charged toward Long Qin. A peerlessly terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, not to mention others, even Long Chen's heart couldn't help but jump to his throat. Although they were siblings, he knew nothing about his sister's strength. Chapter 3898. But Li Feng and Yun Ziang looked at Long Qin gloatingly. Let's see how you deal with this. If it was a one-on-one battle, neither the woman in red nor the black-clothed youth would be a match for Long Qin. This was because the 2 ultimate profundities that Long Qin had grasped could easily crush their ordinary ultimate profundities. But it was different now. Now the 2 of them were joining forces. Their combined combat power had far surpassed Long Qin's. As expected, after Long Qin activated the 2 ultimate profundities of the Law of Time and the Law of Death, as well as the strongest ultimate profundities of the 2 women in red, the 4 ultimate profundities of the 2 ordinary ultimate profundities instantly arrived before Long Qin. Terrifying lightning, sword energy, and killing intent surged toward Long Qin like a torrent. This is the price of being arrogant. How can a lowly civilization like the Sky Cloud realm compare to the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom? The few geniuses of the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but sneer. But Long Qin's expression didn't change in the face of 4 ultimate laws of ordinary laws. There was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Yun Ziang and Li Feng frowned. He was too calm. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. No way, this woman also mastered an ultimate law of the strongest ultimate law, right? Whoa. Just as this thought arose, rays of golden divine light emerged from Long Qin's body. In an instant, it shone in all directions, turning the sky and earth here into a golden ocean. If one looked closely, they would find that the golden divine light was formed by intertwining golden threads. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped heaven and earth. This is outside the exit. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He sensed a familiar aura in the golden divine light. It was the power of cause and effect. Those golden threads were the power of cause and effect. Countless karmic forces intertwined and merged with one another. In just an instant, a gigantic golden lotus appeared out of nowhere. The divine lotus was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like a giant mountain in the sky. There were a total of 9 lotus leaves. Each lotus leaf seemed to be made of gold and emitted a dazzling radiance. Karma Divine Lotus. She's actually mastered the ultimate profundities of the 3 strongest laws of nature. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Because right now, he had mastered the ultimate profundity of the laws of karma. How much inheritance did the ice dragon give to this woman? 3 ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. This was enough to show disdain for all the young geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm. No. This strength was enough to show disdain for the entire Sky Cloud realm. This was because even those of the older generation such as the Dragon King, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor were no match for him. Perhaps among the older generation only Little Rabbit had such strength. This was because the Little Rabbit had obtained the inheritance of 2 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. In addition to its own comprehension over the years, it should have mastered at least 3 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Perhaps there would be even more. There's hope. 3 ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom are inferior to her. Who is she? When did our Sky Cloud realm give birth to such a monster? Wait. Previously I saw her come with Qin Feiyang and the others. Could it be that she's Qin Feiyang's confidant? It's possible. Apart from the people around Qin Feiyang, who else could be so monstrous? Everyone discussed in low voices. When Qin Feiyang heard these discussions, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. He didn't admire anything, but he admired everyone's imagination. They could even think of a confidant. On the battlefield, the red-clothed woman and the black-clothed youth were also dumbfounded. The Divine Kingdom's geniuses who were watching from the sidelines were also the same. The strength that Long Qin had displayed was completely beyond their imagination. This woman must be the number 1 of the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm. 3 ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. She was ridiculously strong. Now do you know how ridiculous you are? Long Qin's face was full of contempt. The Karma Divine Lotus crashed down, and the 4 ultimate profundities of the ordinary laws were shattered on the spot. This was the power of the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. No matter how many ultimate profundities of the ordinary laws there were, it was difficult to block the sharpness of the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. As the 4 ultimate profundities of the ordinary laws were shattered, Long Qin waved his hand, and the Karma Divine Lotus instantly arrived in front of the red-haired woman and the black-clothed youth. Quickly dodge. A brawny young man roared. But it was too late. The Karma Divine Lotus crashed down, and the 2 screamed as their bodies exploded in the void at the same time. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Immediately after, their divine souls weren't spared and were directly crushed by the Karma Divine Lotus. The 2 great geniuses of the Divine Kingdom were annihilated. Good kill. Goddess, come on. Hundreds of thousands of creatures roared outside as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After killing 3 great geniuses in a row, everyone's morale, fighting spirit, and blood had been completely stimulated. The geniuses of the Divine Kingdom were nothing special at all. One had to know. On the side of the Sky Cloud realm, there were still monsters like Long Qin, Qin Feiyang, and Lunatic who hadn't made a move yet. Although they still didn't know how strong Long Qin, Qin Feiyang, and Lunatic were now, they knew that it was definitely not ordinary from the strength displayed by Li Feng. Moreover, Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Lord had all died in the hands of Long Qin. To be able to kill the 3 lords of the Forbidden Zones, how could he be weak? Next, Long Qin stood in the void like an empress, looking down at the remaining 7 geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. The purple-clothed youth still had his eyes closed. It was as if he didn't notice everything that had happened before. The other 6 all had a trace of panic on their faces. 3 ultimate profundities of the strongest laws, such strength had already far surpassed theirs. They originally thought that with their strength, it would be easy to conquer the geniuses of the Sky Cloud realm, but they never expected that they would be conquered instead. This was the low-level civilization that the elders of the Divine Kingdom spoke of? To hell with it. A low-level civilization could cultivate such a terrifying monster? In fact, they didn't know that the siblings Longqin and Longchen were purely two exceptions. In short, for this pair of siblings they couldn't be measured by the standard of the Sky Cloud realm. Even people like Qin Feiyang were exceptions, because they didn't belong to the Sky Cloud realm. To truly judge the strength of the Sky Cloud realm, one had to start from people like the Dragon's Crown Prince. Because the Dragon's Crown Prince and the others were the normal standard of the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm. Of course, even if they weren't born and raised here, Qin Feiyang and the others were also duty-bound for the vast land of the Sky Cloud realm. After all, the Sky Cloud realm was the first line of defense. If the Sky Cloud realm's line of defense collapsed, then the Nether King's Hell, the first and second levels of the miracle, and even the ancient realm and Great Qin would suffer a calamity. Brother Qin, did you notice that person? Longchen looked at the purple-clothed youth who didn't move at all and never opened his eyes. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He felt a strong sense of danger from this person. And he was too calm. He was so calm that it was a little abnormal. 3 of his companions were killed one after another, and he didn't even react at all. I think our real opponent should be him. Longchen's eyes were a little expectant. Yes. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned, and a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. What's wrong? Longchen was suspicious. Why is there a kind of familiar aura? Qin Feiyang frowned. Familiar? Longchen was slightly taken aback. Looking at the purple-clothed youth, he secretly said, he can't be from the purple-gold Divine Dragon clan, right? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. At the same time, the remaining 6 prodigies of the Divine Kingdom also looked at the purple-clothed youth, as if they were begging him to fight. But they seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to speak. Seeing that the purple-clothed youth didn't respond for a long time, the 6 of them sighed helplessly. One of the young men gritted his teeth, looked up at Longqin and shouted, I'll fight with you. I thought you were scared out of your wits and didn't dare to fight. Longqin sneered. Don't be arrogant. Why don't you make a request that you're not allowed to use the sovereign divine weapon? Then you have the right to be arrogant now. The young man snorted. Sovereign divine weapon? Longqin was slightly taken aback. Looking at the young man, his face was full of amusement. He actually mentioned a sovereign divine weapon to her? He must be dreaming. As the daughter of the dragon god, and in such a chaotic situation, how could she not have a sovereign divine weapon to defend herself? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? The purple-clothed youth, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of purple-gold pupils. Ryuko. The young man hurriedly looked at the purple-clothed youth with a trace of joy in his eyes. At the same time, when Qin Feiyang saw that pair of purple-gold pupils, the intimacy in his heart that blood was thicker than water became even stronger. Without a doubt, this person was the purple-gold divine dragon. Useless trash. The purple-clothed youth glanced at the 6 people indifferently, looked up at Longqin and said expressionlessly, You have the aura of a divine dragon on you. You shouldn't be a human, right? Likewise. Longqin responded indifferently. Obviously. She also saw that the purple-clothed youth was a true dragon. The purple-clothed youth retracted his gaze and said coldly, I'm not interested in you and you're not worthy of being my opponent. What? Longqin raised her eyebrows. She had killed 3 supreme talents of the Divine Kingdom in a row, and was feeling proud of herself. But suddenly, someone jumped out and said that she was not worthy of being his opponent. Wasn't this tantamount to humiliating her? The purple-clothed youth ignored Longqin and turned to the entrance of the burial ground, saying, Where is Qin Xiaotian? Qin Xiaotian? Qin Feiyang and Longchen were stunned. Hundreds of thousands of creatures were also stunned. Qin Xiaotian? Was there such a person in the Sky Cloud realm? Wait. The Temple Lord seems to have said that this Qin Xiaotian seems to be Qin Feiyang in disguise. And he also said that we can't reveal this information to the people of the Divine Kingdom. Yes. The higher-ups of our temple also said so. Several giants of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance also said so. Everyone was secretly discussing. It turned out that not only the people of the various forces, but even the ferocious beasts and sea beasts knew about this. But no one said anything. They all kept their mouths shut. After all, this was the order of the giants. And it had something to do with Qin Feiyang. Moreover, in the face of the Divine Kingdom, whether it was the human clan, ferocious beasts, sea beasts, dragons, foam people, or the Kirin clan, they should all be united. Chapter 3 release at 10:30? Chapter 38-99. Qin Xiaotian, don't you dare to accept the challenge? The purple-clothed youth glanced at the exit, and his eyes gradually sharpened. But no one responded to him. It's really as the blood ancestor expected. When the people of the divine kingdom come to the sky cloud realm, they will look everywhere for this Qin Xiaotian. Long Qin snickered. We shouldn't be able to hide it for long. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It doesn't matter to you even if you find out, right? Long Qin smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Seeing that no one came to challenge him, the purple-clothed youth gradually frowned, and a trace of cold light appeared in his eyes. What are you shouting for? A stray dog like you is worthy of Lord Qin Xiaotian to personally come out and fight? Li Feng looked at the purple-clothed youth with disdain. The purple-clothed youth turned to look at Li Feng with a trace of contempt in his eyes. You're just a mixed-blood bastard. Do you deserve to be called Lord? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately sank. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. He just wants to provoke you to come out. Don't be fooled. Long Qin comforted him. At the same time, Li Feng heard this and clenched his fists. Who was the person he respected the most? It was none other than Qin Feiyang. How dare he call Qin Dage a mixed-blood bastard in front of him? Even if he was from the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he couldn't forgive him. Shwa. 3 puppet true bodies appeared. Including himself, there were 4 Li Fengs. 4 Li Fengs activated the ultimate mysteries of the spacetime law at the same time. Come, let me see how strong you are. How dare you insult Lord Qin Xiaotian? In an instant, Li Feng seemed to have transformed into a killing god, crazily attacking with the ultimate mysteries of the 4 ultimate laws. How dare you speak rudely to Ryuko? The 6 people looked at each other and stepped out at the same time. The power of the laws roared out. Basically, each of them had mastered 3 ultimate mysteries. 1 ultimate mystery of the strongest law and 2 ultimate mysteries of the ordinary laws. 6 people meant a total of 18 ultimate profound meanings. Yun Xiang saw that the situation was not good and decisively took action, using the 18 layers of hell to suppress the earth. What a busybody. Long Qin snorted discontentedly and activated the time array, the Edict of Death and the Edict of Karma. Long Qin's 3 ultimate profundities, Yun Xiang, Li Feng, and the 3 puppet true bodies made up 8 ultimate profundities. In total, the 6 of them only had 6 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. This was an overwhelming advantage. As for their ordinary ultimate profundities, when faced with an ultimate profundity of an ultimate profundity of an ultimate profundity, they were simply no match for it. Rumble. With a deafening boom, the ultimate profundities of the 8 supreme laws swept over in an unstoppable manner, heading towards the 6 of them. Haha, did you see that? This is our Sky Cloud Realm's Heaven's Pride. Just the strength of the 3 of them is enough to crush the 6 great Heaven's Prides of the Divine Kingdom. How dare you come to our Sky Cloud Realm to be arrogant? Let me tell you, our Sky Cloud Realm has more than just the 3 of them. The hundreds of thousands of creatures outside the exit couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Too strong. Long Qin, Li Feng, and Yun Xiang were the pride of the Sky Cloud Realm. The 6 of them instantly panicked as well. They had long heard of Li Feng's means. Now that they saw it, they couldn't underestimate him. You've really disgraced the Divine Kingdom. Get lost. The purple-clothed young man took a step forward, landed in front of the 6 and shouted. The 6 of them shrank their necks and quickly retreated to the side. The purple-clothed young man looked up at the 8 ultimate profundities and looked at Li Feng and the other 2. He said contemptuously, no matter how strong you are, in the end, you'll have to kneel and tremble at the feet of the Divine Kingdom. This is the destiny of the Sky Cloud Realm. As his voice fell, swish, figures immediately appeared in the void behind the purple-clothed young man. These people looked exactly the same as the purple-clothed young man. What? Li Feng and Yun Xiang's expressions changed. Long Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. 3,000 incarnations. That's right. This was the secret of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang stared at the purple-clothed young man and said telepathically, it seems that his status in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan isn't low. Why do you say that? Long Qin frowned. Because even in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, only the direct descendants have the opportunity to cultivate the 3,000 incarnations. The Princess of the Divine Kingdom said that in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, only the King of the Divine Kingdom, the Princess of the Divine Kingdom herself, and the eldest brother of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom had cultivated the 3,000 incarnations. And this person obviously isn't the eldest brother of the princess of the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang thought. In that case he might be the son of the king of the divine kingdom? Long Qin frowned. He might also be the son of the eldest brother of the princess of the divine kingdom. Which means he's the grandson of the king of the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang guessed. Then this time we've really encountered a ruthless character. 3,000 incarnations. With the strength of Long Qin, Yun Ziang and Li Feng, they're no match for him. Brother Qin, it seems that you'll have to take action in the end. Long Qin shook his head. I don't think I need to take action. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Qin meaningfully. If you don't take action, who will? Don't tell me you want me to take action. With my strength, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Long Qin was helpless. Keep pretending, keep pretending. If you keep pretending, your sister may not be saved. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's okay. Li Feng and Yun Ziang are also here. Long Qin smiled faintly. Alright, let's let them die together then. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. You? Upon hearing this, Long Qin instantly glared at Qin Feiyang. In fact, Long Qin and Qin Feiyang did not want to take action first. This was because the person who took action first would expose his strength. Although they were in a cooperative relationship now, in fact, they knew in their hearts that compared to the talents of the divine kingdom, they were each other's greatest opponents. Don't glare at me. Anyway, I don't care. Qin Feiyang shook his head. They would not take action. Let's see who can outlast the other. Fine. You win. Li Feng and Yun Ziang are really blind to follow a bastard like you. Long Qin glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and raised his head to look at the battlefield. The purple-clothed youth did not fully activate his 3,000 incarnations. He only summoned 100 incarnations. But these 100 incarnations were enough to intimidate everyone. Boom. Along with the emergence of a terrifying aura, the 100 incarnations activated an ultimate meaning one after another. It was the ultimate meaning of the law of cause and effect. 100 incarnations meant 100 ultimate meanings. What kind of scene was this? Even Long Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. The purple-clothed youth once again turned his gaze to the crowd outside the exit and sneered, Qin Xiaodun, you don't want to come out? Then I will force you out. His face was full of confidence. Because as long as he activated 3,000 incarnations, he was an invincible existence. In the entire Sky Cloud realm, except for Qin Xiaotian who also controlled 3,000 incarnations, no one could compete with him. As soon as the purple-clothed youth's voice fell, 100 ultimate meanings annihilated the sky and charged toward the 8 ultimate meanings of Long Qin and the other 2. There was no suspense. Along with a loud bang, the 8 ultimate meanings were instantly shattered, followed by 100 ultimate meanings. They majestically charged toward Long Qin and the other 2. This was simply a god descending to the mortal world, unstoppable. The bodies of Long Qin and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. The terrifying divine power covered the sky and the earth, causing them to suffer heavy injuries and blood to gush out. But at this moment, outside the exit, Long Qin waved his hand and a space-time tunnel appeared. He immediately stepped into the tunnel. Because the exit was still some distance away from the battlefield, if he flew over now, he would definitely not be able to rescue them in time, so he had to borrow the power of the space-time tunnel. Seeing that Long Qin and the other 2 were about to be drowned by the 100 ultimate meanings, Long Qin stepped out of the tunnel and stood in front of the 3. Brother? Long Qin was stunned and immediately rejoiced. At the same time, the purple-clothed youth and the burly youth couldn't help but look at Long Qin. This person was Qin Xiaotian? Because Qin Feiyang had been wearing a mask when he was impersonating Qin Xiaotian, the 7 of them couldn't immediately recognize him. Is the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan very powerful? Long Qin smiled faintly. His tone was calm, but it displayed an unparalleled confidence and dominance. As his voice fell, rays of divine light surged out. A domain appeared in an instant and rapidly expanded. In the end, it was tens of thousands of feet tall and enveloped the world. God's realm. Qin Feiyang stared at the realm. This was Long Qin's fighting soul. Long Qin had once said that his God's realm had evolved. He wondered how powerful it was now. At the same time, Long Qin, Li Feng and Yun Ziang were all standing in the God's realm. Li Feng and Yun Ziang were also surprised. However, Long Qin cast a contemptuous look at the purple-clothed youth when he saw the God's realm. Obviously, he was aware of the current power of the God's realm. Just as the God's realm was activated, 100 ultimate profound meanings came at him aggressively. The Divine Kingdom's sky prides looked at this scene with a hint of mockery on their faces. How could a mere boundary block these 100 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws? Dream on. But when the 100 ultimate profound meanings entered the God's realm, a scene that shocked all the living beings present appeared. Even the Divine Kingdom's sky prides were dumbfounded, including the purple-clothed youth. The moment the 100 ultimate profound meanings entered the God's realm, they quickly began to dissipate. That's right. They were dissipating. Nothing could stop them, and they just began to dissipate into thin air. This was simply a scene that they had seen a ghost. One had to know. This wasn't an ordinary ultimate profound meaning, but an ultimate profound meaning. And it was an ultimate profound meaning of the ultimate laws. It dissipated just like that? What on earth did this person do? In fact, it didn't dissipate instantly, but the speed of its dissipation wasn't slow either. When the 100 ultimate profound meanings were about to reach Long Qin, they completely dissipated without leaving a trace. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene, and his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 3900. Other than Long Qin, Qin Feiyang should be the one who knew Long Qin's God's domain the best. Because he had fought with Long Qin more than once in the ancient world. Back then, the God's domain could only nullify the divine arts. But now, with the evolution of the God's domain, it could nullify the profound laws. It was even the ultimate profound. This was cheating. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, back then in the Death Glacier, Long Qin's God's domain could ignore the rules of the Death Glacier. The difference between this and the previous God's domain was like heaven and earth. As expected, this was an opponent that could not be underestimated. In fact, in Long Qin's eyes, Qin Feiyang was also cheating. He could even replicate the ultimate profound. On the battlefield, there was a short silence. Yun Xiang and Li Feng looked at Long Qin, who was standing in front of them with a trace of fear in their eyes. In the past, they were also afraid of Long Qin. But in the past, they were afraid of the Celestial Sword and the Ice Dragon behind Long Qin. The Celestial Sword was an intermediate dominator divine weapon. The Ice Dragon's strength was unfathomable. Who dared to say that they were not afraid? But now, the fear in their hearts was towards Long Qin himself. This domain was so strong that it could even restrain the 3,000 incarnations. No wonder Qin Feiyang had always regarded this person as a worthy opponent. This God's domain was enough to make Long Qin invincible in this world. Opposite. The young man in purple finally came back to his senses, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It could nullify the ultimate profound? How could there be such a ridiculous method in this world? Needless to say, the woman in red and the others felt like they were in a dream. It was too unreal. The Divine Kingdom is no longer the Divine Kingdom of the past, but the Sky Cloud Realm is no longer the Sky Cloud Realm of the past. Long Qin looked at the young man in purple and smiled faintly. Then he took a step forward, and the God's domain instantly enveloped the young man in purple. The moment the God's domain enveloped him, the 1,000 clones behind the purple-clothed young man dissipated in the void. The purple-clad young man was horrified. Not only could it nullify the ultimate intent, but it could also nullify the 3,000 clones? He didn't believe it. He activated another 3,000 clones. Furthermore, he had directly activated 3,000 clones. However, as soon as the 3,000 clones appeared, they instantly disappeared. What the hell is this? The purple-clothed young man was extremely shocked. The woman in red and the other 5 felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Long Qin. Remember my name. My name is Long Qin. Dragon as in divine dragon, dust as in otherworldly. Long Qin smiled. With a wave of his hand, a river of stars descended from the sky, carrying with it a vast aura as it blasted towards the purple-robed youth. The ultimate profundity of the law of spacetime. The purple-clothed young man's eyes trembled. He hurriedly tried to use his ultimate intent to counterattack. The 6 people standing outside the God's domain also activated their ultimate profound and blasted it towards the God's domain. However, there was no exception. When the ultimate intent entered the God's domain, it immediately began to dissipate. He clearly had a powerful technique, but he couldn't use it. What could be more depressing than this? The purple-clothed young man's eyes trembled. With the help of the 3,000 clones, he could move unhindered and be invincible. However, at this moment the 3,000 clones were completely useless. He could only watch as the opponent's ultimate intent attacked him. He had never experienced this kind of powerlessness and despair before. In his heart he was extremely angry and ashamed. They clearly came to fight the younger generation of the Sky Cloud Realm, but now they were the ones being trampled under the feet of the younger generation of the Sky Cloud Realm. In the first battle they were in such a sorry state. It wasn't just them who had lost face but the entire divine kingdom. Boom. The river of stars descended. The terrifying divine might made the purple-clothed young man despair to the extreme. Quickly retreat. The young man roared. His words woke him up from his dream. The purple-clothed young man immediately quivered. That's right. As long as he withdrew from the god's domain, wouldn't he be able to activate the 3,000 clones and the ultimate intent? He hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the god's domain. Shwa. However, Long Qin, who was originally standing at the back, appeared in front of the purple-clothed young man in the next moment, blocking his way. In the god's domain, Long Qin was the master of this world. He could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. Get lost. The purple-clothed young man roared. His power surged out as he punched towards Long Qin. He was full of confidence in the strength and power of his physical body. Because his physical body had already reached the supreme level. Your god's domain can render divine arts and ultimate intent ineffective. Can it also render the strength and power of the physical body ineffective? However, to his surprise, the opponent didn't evade at all and also punched out. In an instant, the two fists collided with each other, accompanied by a loud bang. The two immediately retreated dozens of feet before stabilizing their bodies. What? The purple-clothed young man looked at Long Qin in shock. The strength and power of his physical body had reached the supreme level. Don't underestimate the current Sky Cloud realm. The current younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm is not as weak as you think. As Long Qin's voice fell, the starry river swept over and directly submerged the purple-clothed young man. Ah! His physical body was shattered on the spot. The purple-gold divine dragon dyed the void red. His painful scream resounded through the sky. Once the physical body was shattered, the divine soul couldn't withstand the ultimate intent. Ryuko! The red-clothed woman and the others outside exclaimed. However, no one dared to enter the god's domain to rescue them. Their eyes were full of fear. Li Feng, Yun Xiang and Long Qin looked at each other. Killing intent surged in their eyes as they rushed towards the six people like lightning. Go! Seeing this, the young man immediately opened a space-time tunnel and ran in without looking back. The other 5 people quickly followed. How could they care about their dignity now? If they didn't leave now, they would lose their lives. Don't even think about going back. Li Feng laughed. The slaughter law turned into a blood-red wave, drowning the sky and blasted towards the space-time tunnel. Boom. The space-time tunnel immediately collapsed. The 6 people fell out in a sorry state. At the same time, the 3 people also arrived. Damn it. The 6 people cursed and were forced to fight back. However, the strength of Li Feng's trio was obviously above them. After all, Long Qin alone had mastered the ultimate intent of the 3 ultimate intents. Coupled with Li Feng's puppet true body and Yun Xiang, it was a completely unstoppable scene. In the blink of an eye. In the god's domain, the purple-clothed youth's divine soul had been annihilated. A genius of a generation had fallen just like that. This result, not only the people of the Sky Cloud realm, but even the Lord of the Divine Kingdom didn't expect it. So strong. Long Qin, as expected of the existence that could kill the 3 lords of the Forbidden Lands. Originally, I thought that the reason he could look down on the heroes of the Sky Cloud realm was because of the Heavenly God Sword. Only now did I know that his strength is actually so terrifying. You guys, who do you think is stronger between Long Qin and Qin Feiyang? I think it's Long Qin. I think so too. Not only does Long Qin have the Heavenly God Sword, but he also has the means to restrain the 3,000 incarnations. As for Qin Feiyang, although I heard that he has a lot of sovereign weapons, these sovereign weapons can't compare to the Heavenly God Sword. And Qin Feiyang's strongest means are the 3,000 incarnations. No. There's also the Eye of Heaven. Do you guys think that Long Qin's God's domain can restrain the Eye of Heaven? If it can't restrain the Eye of Heaven, then it's really hard to say who is stronger. The most important thing is that Qin Feiyang hasn't made a move since he returned from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. I really don't know his current strength. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. At the same time, the battle between Li Feng's trio and the 6 burly youths finally came to an end. In the face of Long Qin's strength and Li Feng's puppet true body, none of the 6 were spared and all died. At this point, the battle was over. The Sky Cloud realm had won. Because from beginning to end, the Sky Cloud realm only had Long Qin's group of 4. The Divine Kingdom had a total of 10 geniuses and a purple-gold divine dragon. The difference in strength was obvious. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the crowd behind him and said with a smile, "Let's go and welcome our heroes." Hearing this, hundreds of thousands of creatures immediately rushed toward the land of buried gods. Good luck. This is only the first battle. Qin Feiyang murmured. Although the purple-clothed youth was a purple-gold divine dragon, he didn't feel anything about this person's death. Even he himself was surprised. He thought that in the face of the divine kingdom's purple-gold divine dragon, he might still have a trace of sympathy in his heart. But when he saw the purple-clothed youth die with his own eyes, his heart was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Had he become cold? No. It was because as he understood the battle back then, he no longer had any thoughts about the people of the divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom had simply given the younger generation a chance to gain experience, he wouldn't have been disgusted. But that wasn't the case. When the divine kingdom descended, not only did they kill the innocent in the sky cloud realm, but they also didn't let off the creatures of the lower realms. If it weren't for the Blood Demon King leading his people and fighting a bloody battle, would there still be the Nether King's Hell, the Ancient Realm, and the Great Qin? No. Perhaps all the continents would have become a land of the dead like the Skybell Divine Treasury. The Divine Kingdom's actions could almost be described as deranged. What else could he think about such a person? Qindage, how was my performance? Li Feng passed through the crowd and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, chuckling. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who would have thought that this high-spirited youth in front of him could barely survive in the ancient realm back then? Not far away. Qi Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Feng with a complicated expression. With a low sigh, he turned around and left with his people. Brother Qi. Qin Feiyang called out to Qi Xiaoyun. Qi Xiaoyun stopped, seemingly hesitating if he should turn around. Qin Feiyang landed beside Qi Xiaoyun. What are you doing? The Qilin clansmen immediately blocked Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with hatred and vigilance. Qin Feiyang glanced at them before looking at Qi Xiaoyun and saying, I won't apologize for the death of the Qilin master. Even without the Divine Kingdom's request, I would have killed him sooner or later. I only hope that the death of the Qilin master won't affect the overall situation. Qi Xiaoyun remained silent for a while before shaking his head and saying, Don't worry. I'm not an unreasonable person. After saying that, he left with his clansmen without looking back. Chapter 39:01. Li Feng walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the backs of Qi Xiaoyun and the others, he said with a frown, Big brother Qin, if you are still worried, just get rid of them. I've said it before. Once Dragon King and the other two are dead, all our grudges will be written off. You can't go back on your words. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But they might not cherish this opportunity. Li Feng sneered. It's their business if they don't cherish it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Feng asked, But what if they still don't know how to restrain themselves? They won't. Do you know why? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. I don't know. Li Feng shook his head. It's because of Qi Xiaoyun. Qi Xiaoyun is different from the others of the Qilin race. He is a rational and intelligent person. He won't allow the Qilin race to face extinction. Thus, he will definitely restrain his people from now on. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is he really as outstanding as you say? Li Feng found it hard to believe. I won't be wrong about him. Although he has a gentle personality and stands aloof from worldly affairs, when he gets serious, he will definitely be a terrifying person. It wasn't hard to see this point when Qi Xiaoyun suppressed Qi Xiong and the others in the Nether King's Hell. Not only was he capable and daring, but he was also a man with great wisdom. Whoosh! At this time, Long Qin and the other two arrived as well. Qin Feiyang looked at the three and teased, Three great heroes, how does it feel to be worshipped? Long Qin smiled helplessly. Facing the enthusiasm of hundreds of thousands of people was even more tiring than going through a bloody battle. Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang in ridicule and asked, Then now that you've seen my strength, what do you think? I feel great. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you feel? Long Qin was extremely proud. It's good to have a backer. Qin Feiyang sighed. You? Long Qin glared at Qin Feiyang. She was obviously mocking her. She had relied on her father to achieve so much. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, In short, I hope your highness can take care of me in the future. Long Qin snorted coldly. He looked at Long Qin and said, Brother, let's go. Looking at some people annoys me. Now that we're teammates fighting side by side, can't you guys be more amiable? Long Qin looked at the two of them helplessly. Fight together? Did he make a move? You've been watching from the sidelines. Long Qin sneered. Her Royal Highness is fighting against 100 people alone. Do you still need a small fry like me to step in? Qin Feiyang was not angry at all. There was no need for that. because no matter what, this woman would not like her. Judging from her attitude, she doesn't seem to be Qin Feiyang's confidant? Everyone looked at Long Qin suspiciously. Confidant? Long Qin was dumbfounded. What was going on? She was the daughter of the dragon god. How did she become this bastard's confidant? Ahem. Everyone don't talk nonsense. This is Long Chen's sister. The real princess of the dragons. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not worthy of her. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at the crowd. The real princess of the dragons? Everyone was surprised. There were not many people in the Sky Cloud realm who knew the real identity of Long Chen and Long Qin. There were also very few people who knew about the existence of Ice Dragon. So, they couldn't figure out Qin Feiyang's words. Okay. Don't waste your time here. Go back and cultivate. Because in the future no one can be independent. Long Chen looked at everyone and smiled. Hearing this, everyone didn't panic because of this. Instead they were all in high fighting spirit. After everyone left, Long Chen showed a smile on his face and said, "It seems that the effect of this battle is really good." What a joke. We killed the top 10 heavens prides in one fell swoop. If they still can't get out of the shadow and get rid of the panic, then they are a group of useless people. It's fine if we don't help such trash. Long Qin smiled proudly. Yes, yes, yes. You are a goddess. Whatever you say is right. Yun Xiang pursed his lips. Didn't she just master 3 ultimate profound meanings? What was there to be proud of? You're not convinced? Long Qin raised his eyebrows. I've already called you a goddess. How can I not be convinced? Why don't you put on a pomegranate dress now? I will immediately kneel under your skirt. Yun Xiang bared his teeth. Long Qin gritted his teeth. Although Yun Xiang kept calling her a goddess, it was full of sarcasm. Let's go, let's go. Long Qin waved his hand and opened a space-time passage. If they didn't leave now they would definitely fight. You wait and see. Long Qin glared at Yun Xiang and entered the passage without looking back. I've already fought the first battle. I'll have to rely on you for the second battle. Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then stepped into the passage. The first prince of the dragons followed closely. The 3 of them quickly disappeared into the passage. Li Feng poked Yun Xiang's armpit and chuckled. Brother, are you really interested in Long Qin? What? Yun Xiang was stunned and looked at Li Feng strangely. After a long while, he turned to Qin Feiyang and shook his head. There is something wrong with your little brother's brain. Why is he cursing? Li Feng said angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and looked at Li Feng. Your ability to understand is really bad. He is mocking Long Qin. Mocking? Li Feng was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, calling her a goddess is also mocking? You adults really don't understand the world. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He knocked Li Feng's head hard and said angrily, do you still think you are a kid? I am. Li Feng chuckled. Qin Feiyang was helpless. If one only looked at Li Feng's current appearance, perhaps no one would think that he was a super expert who had mastered 2 ultimate mysteries. Yun Xiang looked at the space-time passage that dissipated and shook his head. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I have to go back and cultivate in seclusion. After that, he opened a space-time passage and quickly left. He, who had mastered 1 ultimate mystery, was a little complacent. But now, after seeing the strength of Long Qin, he suddenly felt a huge pressure. 3 ultimate mysteries were enough to kill him. Even Li Feng was several times stronger than him. If he didn't work hard, he was afraid that he would only be at the bottom in the future. Here. Except for a few creatures who continued to stay, only Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were left. Let's go too. Qin Feiyang glanced at the land of buried gods and said with a smile. Where to? Li Feng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, Sky Cloud Island. Sky Cloud Island. As soon as Emperor Sea Lion returned, he reported the situation of the battle to Emperor Feather and the other 2. Long Chen and Long Qin are so powerful? Emperor Feather and the other 2 were shocked. They never thought that it would be the siblings who turned the tide in the end. But when they thought of the 2's father, the 3 of them felt relieved. When Qin Feiyang and Li Feng arrived at Sky Cloud Island, Emperor Sea Lion had already left. The little rabbit chuckled and said, Little brother, this time you were defeated by Long Chen and his sister. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. I never thought of stealing the limelight from them. Besides, do you think Long Chen was willing to fight? He was forced to. No matter what, we have achieved a complete victory in this battle. The Blood Ancestor chuckled. He looked at Li Feng encouragingly and told him not to be arrogant. Did you get the human sovereign sword back? Emperor Feather asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the broken sword. Looking at the broken sword, Emperor Feather, the blood ancestor, and the little rabbit suddenly felt sad. The human sovereign sword was still there, but the human sovereign might never come back. Qin Feiyang understood their feelings and sighed. Ancestor, I'll leave the human sovereign sword to you. No need. I don't want to leave it with you. Emperor Feather shook his head. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Feather changed the topic and looked at Green Cauldron. However, you have to leave it to me. Ha! Qin Feiyang looked at Green Cauldron. Green Cauldron said, I plan to stay and accompany this lonely old man. Who's a lonely old man? When you have time, I'll take you to the great Qin Empire to see how prosperous the Qin clan is. We have so many descendants. Emperor Feather snorted. The Qin clan is the human sovereign's descendant. What does that have to do with you? Green Cauldron did not hide his disdain. The human sovereign is my brother. Aren't his descendants my descendants too? You can ask Qin Feiyang now. Does he dare to not acknowledge me as his ancestor? Emperor Feather said angrily. Of course not. Qin Feiyang quickly smiled apologetically. Did you see that? Emperor Feather smiled smugly at Emperor Feather. Where's your shame? Green Cauldron asked. Hey, do you understand the situation? I took you in because I pitied you. Emperor Feather's face darkened. That's great. I also pity you. Green Cauldron chuckled. Looking at this scene, the blood ancestor and little rabbit were speechless. These two old fogies were about to die, but they were still bickering like children? However, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, this scene was very heartwarming. Where exactly is the ancestor now? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and asked. Don't worry about him. He and Lu Xingyang are doing very well now. Emperor Feather waved his hand. All right. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Hiding everything from him, did he still treat him as family? Blood Ancestor said, you should also hurry up and cultivate. Don't let down the divine king of chaos. The meaning was obvious. He wanted Qin Feiyang to hurry up and comprehend the ultimate meaning of the laws of life and death. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. The ultimate meaning of the laws of life and death indeed had to be comprehended as soon as possible. Because only by comprehending the ultimate meaning of the laws of life and death could he compete with Long Chen. But then again, could Long Chen's God's domain replicate the ultimate meaning of the laws of life and death? One had to know. The laws of life and death had already surpassed the limit of the strongest laws. Also, could his Eye of Heaven replicate the God's domain now? In the past, he could replicate it in the ancient world. But now, the God's domain had evolved. Wait. Although the God's domain had evolved, the Eye of Heaven had also evolved after fusing with the Eye of Heaven of the Crown Prince of the Dragons. They had also evolved. Perhaps it could be replicated. If it could be replicated, then Long Chen's God's domain would not pose any threat to him. The third chapter released at 10:30. Chapter 3902. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang appeared above the Devil's Land with Li Feng and saw a figure standing not far away. It was the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the Princess of the Divine Kingdom immediately stepped forward. She seemed a little anxious and asked, "What's the situation?" The top 10 geniuses of the Divine Kingdom have all been killed. There is also a purple gold divine dragon among them, and it has 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang said. What? 3,000 incarnations? The Princess of the Divine Kingdom was shocked and asked, "What does he look like?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the phantom of the purple-clothed youth appeared. The Princess of the Divine Kingdom sized up the purple-clothed youth with a trace of doubt in her eyes, but gradually her eyes trembled. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. He is my elder brother's child. When I came to the Sky Cloud Realm, he was only a teenager of 14 or 15 years old." The Princess of the Divine Kingdom nodded. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. So, the purple-clothed youth was the nephew of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. Why did it become like this? The Princess of the Divine Kingdom was dizzy, her body swaying, and her face was full of pain. Qin Feiyang hurried forward and supported the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. He sighed and said, "I know this is not the ending you want to see, but we have to do this. Otherwise, the people of the Sky Cloud Realm will always live under the shadow of the Divine Kingdom." "I understand. But he is my nephew. How can I be indifferent when I hear the news of his death? Whether it is the Divine Kingdom or the Sky Cloud Realm, I can't give them up." The Princess of the Divine Kingdom lamented. Was this the price she had to pay for leaving the Divine Kingdom? If she hadn't left the divine kingdom and betrayed her people, then all this might not have happened. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and hesitated. I can understand your feelings, but what? The princess of the divine kingdom looked at him. Qin Feiyang said, if he had left his soul in the divine kingdom, he wouldn't have died for real. The princess of the divine kingdom became spirited. Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, if that's the case, then wouldn't we have worked so hard for nothing? It's not a waste of effort. After all, this battle truly happened. We've achieved the effect we wanted. Moreover, after this battle, the geniuses of the divine kingdom won't dare to look down on us anymore. In the future, when they come to the divine kingdom, they will even be afraid. As long as they are afraid, they won't dare to run amok in the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Li Feng nodded. This was because their original intention was to intimidate the geniuses of the divine kingdom and eliminate the panic of the creatures of the sky cloud realm. Furthermore, from the very beginning, they had never thought that they would be able to kill those people. They only wanted to defeat them. Feiyang, promise me. In the future, when you meet the people of the divine kingdom, don't kill them unless it's absolutely necessary. The princess of the divine kingdom looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he was at a loss. Li Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the princess of the divine kingdom. Junior will address you as ancestor like Qin Dage. Ancestor, I really don't agree with what you said because it's very unfair to Qin Dage. I know it's unfair to him. But I really don't want to see them kill each other. The princess of the divine kingdom said. But, did he have to stand there and take the beating? Don't say anything. Qin Feiyang stopped Li Feng. Looking at the princess of the divine kingdom, he nodded and said, I promise you. Thank you. What a sensible child. But what about the divine kingdom? Would they just let it go? Her heart was filled with worry. Qin Feiyang comforted her, you just have to rest well. Don't think too much. I will deal with it. The princess of the divine kingdom glanced at the devil's land and said with a smile, after all these years in the black tortoise world, I have almost recovered. Send me out. For what? Isn't this place good? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Don't misunderstand. This place is very good. However, I have to guide Ziyang in his cultivation. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. Guide him? There's no need. He is now in the heavenly cloud sea. If there's anything he doesn't understand, he can ask Feather Emperor and the others. Let's talk about it later. I am your direct descendant. Aren't you going to give me some guidance? Qin Feiyang said sourly. Do you still need me to guide you? You can hide it from Feather Emperor and the little rabbit, but you can't hide it from me. I have long heard that you have comprehended the law of life and death, and have comprehended the ultimate profound. I don't even have the law of life and death. How can I teach you? The princess of the divine kingdom shook her head. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, besides the law of death, aren't there other laws? Other laws? The princess of the divine kingdom pondered for a while and asked, what other laws have you mastered? Many. The law of destruction, the law of light, the law of slaughter, the law of thunder, the law of sword, the law of wind. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Amazing. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled with admiration and said, ordinary laws are not too important for you now. I will explain the ultimate profound of the law of destruction to you. Li Feng's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked, Ancestor, can you also explain the ultimate profound of the law of devour and the law of death to me? You have mastered so many supreme laws? The princess of the divine kingdom looked at him in surprise. Okay. Li Feng laughed dryly. It seems that the current sky cloud realm is really a lot stronger than it was back then. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled and nodded, okay, I will explain them to you. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other, their faces full of joy. Time flew by. 2 months passed. 2 months in the black tortoise realm was just a short time outside. In these 2 months, Qin Feiyang and Li Feng had gained a lot. Li Feng struck while the iron was hot and directly entered seclusion. After sending the princess of the divine kingdom out of the black tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang also entered the ancient castle and seriously comprehended the mysteries of the law of life and death that the divine king of primal chaos had given him. Although the divine king of primal chaos had not comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, there was no doubt that the divine king of primal chaos comprehension of the law of life and death was above Qin Feiyang. The most important thing was, back then, the divine king of primal chaos had also said that when he successfully passed the tribulation and was reborn as a human, his comprehension of the ultimate profound of the law of life and death had a breakthrough. So now, Qin Feiyang only needed to comprehend according to the divine king of primal chaos insights. Outside, sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Seeing the princess of the divine kingdom appear, the Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor were stunned and quickly got up to greet her. It's been hard on you all these years. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled and looked at the little rabbit. Especially you. If it weren't for you protecting the land of buried gods, not to mention me, even the Azure Dragon and the others would have died. It's a small matter. Uncle Rabbit just hopes that you don't blame Uncle Rabbit in your heart. After all, back then, Uncle Rabbit also opposed you and the human emperor being together. The little rabbit sighed. It's all in the past. The princess of the divine kingdom shook her head and looked at the three of them. She pleaded, in the future, I will be free from you all. Take good care of our child. Qin Badian is your child and my nephew. I will definitely take good care of him. But what do you mean by that? Now that you are free, you can take care of him yourself. The Feather Emperor frowned. Why did it seem a little strange? When the princess of the divine kingdom heard the Feather Emperor's words, there seemed to be a trace of panic in her eyes. She smiled and said, I'm just afraid that I can't take care of him. Are you very busy? The Feather Emperor asked. Not at all. The princess of the divine kingdom shook her head. Then why can't you take care of him? The Feather Emperor was speechless. That's true. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled and asked, where is Jianghu now? He is with Elder Qing and the others on Sea Lion Island. Are you looking for him? Then let the little rabbit send you there. The Feather Emperor said. Sea Lion Island? The princess of the divine kingdom was taken aback. Sea Lion Island has some connections with Qin Feiyang. The master of Sea Lion Island is a sea lion, and he has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. The Feather Emperor smiled. This little guy really has a lot of connections. Everyone will be his friends. The princess of the divine kingdom shook her head and laughed. Isn't having more friends like having more pets? After saying that, the Feather Emperor looked at the little rabbit. The little rabbit waved its paw, and a space-time tunnel leading to Sea Lion Island immediately appeared in front of the princess of the divine kingdom. Thank you. The princess of the divine kingdom thanked him and entered the space-time tunnel. Sea Lion Island hadn't changed much after so many years, but the vegetation was denser than before, and towering trees could be seen everywhere. On the island, it was also very quiet. Everyone was in seclusion. The sea lion was also very excited at the moment. Because the blood ancestor was also here, and he had set up a time array that lasted 5,000 years a day. The law of time that lasted 5,000 years a day was something that it didn't even dare to think about before. It also didn't expect that. Because it had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang and the others back then, it would reach such a peak. For it had its own territory, a time array, and was valued by the various beast emperors. This was undoubtedly the peak of its life. Swish. The princess of the divine kingdom silently descended on the island. Sensing the familiar aura, a smile appeared on her face. However, she didn't immediately enter the island, nor did she alert anyone. She just looked at the island in silence. After a long time, she suddenly smiled, turned around, and took a step forward, landing in the sky above the sea in the distance. As she waved her hand, a barrier appeared, and all the aura was isolated inside the barrier. Immediately, she sat cross-legged inside the barrier. Strands of power of laws emerged. They were the law of destruction, the law of time, and the law of cause and effect. The power of the three laws kept surging out and gathering in the void in front of her. Suddenly, the princess of the divine kingdom spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. At the same time, the law of destruction in front of her, accompanied by a loud bang, turned into a cluster of palm-sized flames, containing a terrifying aura of destruction. Moreover, at the same time, the princess of the divine kingdom's cultivation fell directly to perfected dominator. Not only was her face pale, but there was also a sense of weakness between her eyebrows, as if she had suffered a fatal injury. After a few breaths, she spat out another mouthful of dragon blood, staining the void. The law of time in front of her also turned into a palm-sized flame, like an ice crystal, containing an extremely shocking power of time and space. And the princess of the divine kingdom's cultivation also fell to perfected dominator. Chapter 3903. What is she doing? In the sea below, many sea beasts raised their heads and looked at the princess of the divine kingdom suspiciously. Boom. A few seconds passed. Another loud noise came from the enchantment. The princess of the divine kingdom spat out another mouthful of blood. The cause and effect law in front of her immediately condensed into a cluster of golden flames. Her cultivation level also fell to the dominator realm. Her face was devoid of any color, appearing pale and powerless. However, looking at the three laws, she gradually revealed a smile. After a long time, she got up and waved her hand. The enchantment dissipated and she retracted her aura and the three laws. Then she walked toward Sea Lion Island again. On the island, mountains rose and fell. On one of the mountains there was a cave abode halfway up the mountain. Inside, a young man was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by the destruction law. Was Yun Xiang. Obviously, he was comprehending the ultimate meaning of the destruction law. Suddenly, a figure walked into the cave abode silently. Although there was no sound, Yun Xiang noticed it immediately. He immediately opened his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But when he saw the face of the person who came, a trace of joy crept onto his face. Master. He quickly got up and greeted the princess of the divine kingdom. Yes. The princess of the divine kingdom nodded with a smile. Master, what's the matter with you? Why do you look a little strange? Yun Xiang looked at the princess of the divine kingdom in surprise. Nothing. The princess of the divine kingdom waved her hand and smiled. You really don't look right. Yun Xiang frowned and his expression suddenly changed. He asked, Are you a little angry because I killed the genius of the divine kingdom in the land of buried gods? No. Don't think so much. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. With a wave of her hand, the three laws appeared. Yun Xiang's expression froze. It was the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of the three strongest laws. Master, where did you get this? When he came back to his senses, his face was full of bewilderment. He had been with his master for so many years, but he had never known that his master had three ultimate Upanishads. It was brought from the divine kingdom a long time ago. I wanted to give it to you long ago, but there was a seal in the core area, so I couldn't give it to you directly. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. Are they all for me? Yun Xiang was bewildered. Yes. The princess of the divine kingdom nodded. Am I dreaming? The inheritance of the ultimate profound of the three supreme laws? It was even more unreal than a dream. Yun Xiang's eyes trembled as he pinched his arm hard. Immediately, he grimaced in pain. It wasn't a dream. Master, why don't you fuse it yourself? Why are you giving it all to me? Yun Xiang was so excited that he didn't know what to say. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled and said, 3 laws? I've already mastered it. I don't need it. Then Yun Xiang stared at the inheritance of the 3 supreme laws, his eyes filled with a scorching light. The princess of the divine kingdom couldn't help but laugh. She said, Why are you being so polite with me? Okay. Thank you, master. I promise that I will be filial to you in the future. Yun Xiang knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Get up. The princess of the divine kingdom stopped. She helped Yun Xiang up. Yun Xiang looked at the 3 supreme laws excitedly. He smiled and said, Master? Can't I enjoy this inheritance alone? When the time comes, I'll give one to senior brother. When the princess of the divine kingdom heard this, she was silent for a long time. She smiled and said, Facing the inheritance of the ultimate profound? You still don't forget your senior brother. This is indeed your character. But these 3 inheritances? You can't give them to others, including your senior brother. What? Yun Xiang was stunned. Just take it as my selfishness. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded. But he was a little puzzled. What's going on? This doesn't seem like Master's character. Because in the past? As for his fellow apprentices? Master has never favored one and discriminated against the other. Okay. You open the time channel? Send me to the dragon nest. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. Why are you going to the dragon nest? Yun Xiang was stunned. Let's go and take a look. After all, you're with the dragon king? We have some interactions. The princess of the divine kingdom smiled. Yun Xiang said, Then I'll go with you. I'm worried if you go alone. No need. Quickly go into seclusion and integrate these 3 supreme laws. Besides, I'm not weak. There's nothing to worry about. The princess of the divine kingdom waved her hand. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded and then said, I haven't been to the dragon nest? I don't know the coordinates of the dragon nest. I know. After the princess of the divine kingdom said, she immediately gave Yun Xiang a coordinate. Yun Xiang waved his hand and a space-time channel appeared. Work hard. The future of the Sky Cloud realm depends on you. The princess of the Divine Kingdom rubbed Yun Xiang's head with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Then she turned around and stepped into the channel. Master, I will work hard. Yun Xiang looked at the back of the princess of the Divine Kingdom and shouted. The princess of the Divine Kingdom, who had entered the space-time channel, heard this and smiled even more. Dragon Nest. Qin, tell me honestly. How many ultimate profound inheritances did you ask from father? On a mountain peak. Long Qin sat in front of a stone table, drinking tea while looking at Long Qin opposite him and asked. Didn't you not want to rely on father? Why are you asking now? Could it be that now that you've seen my strength you're starting to get jealous? Are you ready to change your mind and go to father? Long Qin looked at Long Qin playfully. What are you talking about? You're my sister. Do I have to be jealous of you? I'm just curious. Long Qin's face darkened. You really have a backbone. Long Qin pursed her lips and sighed. But then again, he's our father, not an outsider. It's only right that we ask him for inheritances. Do you have to be like this? Only right. Long Qin was stunned. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Long Qin seriously. Qin, an elder brother is like a father. Today I have to teach you what values are. But before he finished, a space-time channel appeared in the sky. Oh. The brother and sister looked up and saw a woman walk out. It was the princess of the Divine Kingdom. What is she doing here? Long Qin frowned. I don't know. Long Qin shook his head and got up to greet her. He cupped his hands and smiled. Greetings, senior. You flatter me. The princess of the Divine Kingdom waved her hand. She glanced at Long Qin and then at Long Qin. Her eyes were full of admiration. Senior, what brings you to the Dragon Nest? Long Qin was suspicious. The princess of the Divine Kingdom nodded and looked at Long Qin again. Long Qin understood. He landed on the top of the mountain with the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Then he looked at Long Qin and said with a smile, You must be tired after the battle in the land of buried gods. Go and rest first. Why should I leave? Long Qin was dissatisfied. Be obedient. Long Qin's face was cold. Long Qin snorted coldly, then turned and left unwillingly. Long Qin smiled helplessly. He looked at the princess of the Divine Kingdom and said apologetically, My sister is a little willful. Senior, please don't mind her. Senior, please take a seat. It's okay. The princess of the Divine Kingdom waved her hand and sat on the stone bench. Long Qin poured a cup of tea and said with a smile, Senior, please speak your mind. Okay. The princess of the Divine Kingdom nodded and took the teacup. Without drinking, she said directly, I want to ask you to take me to a place. What place do you need me to take you to? Long Qin looked at the princess of the Divine Kingdom suspiciously. You are the only one who can take me to this place now. The princess of the Divine Kingdom smiled. What place? Long Qin was curious. The princess of the Divine Kingdom pondered for a while and said two words silently. On the other side. Inside the cave. Yun Xiang looked at the three inheritances in front of him. His face was full of excitement. His master had really given him a huge surprise. After a while he calmed down. First, he put away the inheritance of the law of causality and the law of spacetime. Then he began to integrate the inheritance of the law of destruction. Time passed quietly. No. Suddenly. Yun Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of surprise. Didn't master the law of spacetime? And he also knew the coordinates of the Dragon Nest. He could go there directly by himself. Why did he need his help to open the spacetime channel? What was going on? Also, Master's behavior today was too strange. The inheritance of the three laws was only given to him alone. Not to mention senior brother, the Master de Jura, just Qin Feiyang, that was Master's direct descendant. Logically speaking, even if the inheritance was given, it should be given to Qin Feiyang. Also, after being together for so many years, why didn't he hear that Master had the inheritance of these three ultimate mysteries? There must be a problem. After thinking about it carefully, Yun Xiang's eyes darkened. He immediately got up and put away the inheritance of the law and opened a spacetime channel. The next moment, he descended in the sky above the Dragon Nest. On the mountain peak below, there was no trace of Long Qin and the princess of the Divine Kingdom. However, Long Qin stood on another mountain peak, his face full of suspicion. Yun Xiang found Long Qin and immediately flew over, asking, Did you see my master? Long Qin was stunned for a moment, looked at Yun Xiang and nodded. Yes, she just came not long ago, but now she left. I was also wondering where did they go. Yun Xiang frowned. Yes. She chatted with my brother for a while and then they both left. Longqin nodded. What did they talk about? Yun Ziang was suspicious. I don't know. My brother chased me away. Wait. You are her disciple, don't you know? Longqin frowned. I don't know. Yun Ziang shook his head. Strange. Longqin muttered. Yun Ziang also frowned, and suddenly took out the voice transmission stone. Buzz. In less than a moment, a figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. What's the situation? Seeing Yun Ziang standing with Longqin, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly had a trace of doubt and asked, Are you in the dragon nest? Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. Why did you go to the dragon nest? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yun Ziang said anxiously, Let's not talk about this first. When Master was in the Black Tortoise realm, did anything unusual happen? Unusual? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. I don't think so. At that time I told her about you killing the genius of the Divine Kingdom. Although she was a little sad, there was nothing unusual. By the way, didn't she say that she was going to look for you? Didn't she go? Meng. Chapter 3904. Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. Then why did you go to the dragon nest to look for her? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Let's talk when we meet. Wait for me on Sky Cloud Island. Yun Ziang was quite annoyed. He put away the voice transmission stone and looked at Longqin. Please, when your brother comes back, ask him to contact me immediately. Without waiting for Longqin's reply, Yun Ziang opened a space-time tunnel and left. What's going on? Longqin was puzzled. Sky Cloud Island. The Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit were unprecedentedly relaxed. Shua. Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared. Why did you run out? The little rabbit was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on. Let's wait for Yun Ziang to come. Yun Ziang? The Feather Emperor and the other two looked at each other, and the confusion in their eyes became stronger. A few seconds later, as a space-time tunnel appeared, Yun Ziang arrived above Sky Cloud Island. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the others sitting in the pavilion on the mountain peak, he immediately rushed down. What's going on? Qin Feiyang asked. Master and Longqin are missing. Yun Ziang was burning with anxiety. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang still didn't understand. Yun Ziang waved his hand, and the three nomological inheritances appeared. Not only Qin Feiyang but the Feather Emperor and the other two were also stunned. It was actually the inheritance of three ultimate mysteries? Master gave it to me. Yun Ziang said solemnly. What did you say? Sister-in-law gave it to you? The Blood Ancestor stood up and said in shock. Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. That's impossible. How could she have the inheritance of ultimate mysteries? The Blood Ancestor shook his head. Could it be? The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit looked at each other and their faces sank. What is it? Yun Ziang looked at them. The Feather Emperor didn't answer. He said in a deep voice, Tell me the details of what happened back then. Yun Ziang nodded and briefly explained the situation when the Princess of the Divine Kingdom gave him the inheritance. He went to the dragon nest after giving you the inheritance? And it was you who opened the portal and sent her there? Little Rabbit asked. Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. The little rabbit, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other and sized up Yun Ziang with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Why are you looking at me? Yun Ziang was suspicious. The Feather Emperor's eyes flashed. He looked at Yun Ziang and said, Go to the core region of the land of the buried gods and keep an eye on it. Core region? Yun Ziang was stunned. Yes. I suspect that sister-in-law might want to return to the Divine Kingdom. Feather Emperor said in a deep voice. What? Yun Ziang was shocked. He hurriedly put away the three inheritances, opened a space-time tunnel, and rushed to the core region of the land of the buried gods. I'll go too. Qin Feiyang also prepared to enter the space-time tunnel. Don't go. The Feather Emperor said. Huh. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at the Feather Emperor in confusion. After the space-time tunnel disappeared, Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Why don't you let me go? Think about it. If she really wants to return to the Divine Kingdom now, does she still need to look for Longqin? She can just go to the land of the buried gods and leave without saying a word. The Feather Emperor said. You mean you deliberately sent Yun Ziang away? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You can say that. The Feather Emperor nodded and sighed. What? Is there something you can't let him know? Qin Feiyang was confused. The Feather Emperor? The Blood Ancestor and the little rabbit looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. The blood ancestor shook his head and said, "There are some things we can't be sure about now, so it's better not to let Yun Ziang know." "What is it?" The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more confused he became. The little rabbit sighed and said, "Space-time law? Karma law? Destruction law? These are the ultimate mysteries mastered by the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. But now, the Princess of the Divine Kingdom just happened to give Yun Ziang 3 identical inheritances. Can't you think of anything?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. He frowned and said, "Are these 2 related?" "Of course. In this world? Who knows the Princess of the Divine Kingdom better than us? She didn't bring these 3 ultimate mysteries from the Divine Kingdom at all," the little rabbit said in a deep voice. "Then where did the 3 inheritances she gave to Yun Ziang come from?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "You have just mastered the ultimate mysteries. Do you know a lot about them? It's normal that you don't know since you haven't come into contact with them." "Actually, ultimate mysteries? They can be forcefully extracted." The Feather Emperor sighed. "Forcefully extracted?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. For example, you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the karma law? If you are willing to, you can extract the karma law and give it to others. But the consequence is that you will lose the karma law and your cultivation will drop. Your vitality will be greatly damaged and your life might even be in danger." The Feather Emperor explained. "There is such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He had never heard of such a thing before. Suddenly, he realized the main point. He said in surprise, "Do you mean that the 3 inheritances she gave to Yun Ziang are the 3 great laws that she forcefully extracted from herself?" "Yes." The Feather Emperor nodded. "This," Qin Feiyang was stunned. How was this possible? Even if Yun Ziang was her disciple, it was impossible for her to extract her own laws and give them to Yun Ziang, right? "So now we are suspecting Yun Ziang's identity." The Feather Emperor's eyes flickered. "Yun Ziang's identity?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. In terms of relationship, Yun Ziang and the Master de Jura are both her disciples. But why did she give these 3 inheritances to Yun Ziang? We know her character. She is not a person who favors one and discriminates against others. Let's talk about you and Qin Badian. You are her direct descendant. Qin Badian is her and big brother's son. In terms of relationship, you and Qin Badian should be more important than a disciple, right? But why didn't she give the 3 great laws to you and Qin Badian but to a disciple instead?" The Feather Emperor's eyes flickered. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something exciting. He couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. "Yes. Why?" Qin Feiyang patted his head, his face full of suspicion. The blood ancestor glanced at the Feather Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "So we have a bold guess." "What guess?" Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor. "Yun Ziang might be the reincarnation of the human emperor." The blood ancestor also squeezed the wine cup hard and said word by word. "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Yun Ziang was the reincarnation of the human emperor?" "I know this must be hard for you to believe, but this is the only explanation. If Yun Ziang was only pretending to be a disciple, sister-in-law would definitely not make such a big sacrifice. You have to know that this is the ultimate meaning of the 3 strongest laws. If he was not the closest person to her, how could she be willing to do this?" The blood ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang fell silent. Everything that the Princess of the Divine Kingdom did could be judged like this. But Yun Ziang was the reincarnation of the human emperor? He really couldn't accept it. Because he had always regarded Yun Ziang as a peer. If he was really the reincarnation of the human emperor, then he would have to call him ancestor. This was too awkward. "Although it's just a guess, I think it's not far from the truth." The little rabbit shook her head. "We have to ask sister-in-law about this in person. Since she did this, she must know the truth." "But now where did she go with Longchen?" The blood ancestor frowned. "Did they go to find Ice Dragon?" The Feather Emperor was surprised. "Find Ice Dragon?" The blood ancestor and the little rabbit were stunned. Actually, this might be possible. No. But at this time, Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What?" The 3 of them looked at him suspiciously. "Long Chen can't even contact Ice Dragon himself. How can he find him?" Qin Feiyang said. "Then where did they go?" The 3 of them were puzzled. "Long Chen," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Why did they go to find Long Chen?" "They could go wherever Long Chen could go." "Wait." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he looked at the space-time crack behind him. "What's wrong?" The Feather Emperor and the other 2 looked at Qin Feiyang. "There's a place that Long Chen can go now but we can't." If you want to go, you have to find Long Chen. This place is the mortal world, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Yes. Hearing this, the three of them were shocked and looked at the space-time crack. Qin Feiyang looked at the Feather Emperor. If my guess isn't wrong, the old ancestor should be thinking of going to the Great Qin to see our Qin bloodline's descendants. That's why she went to ask Long Chen for help. I think so too. The Feather Emperor nodded. The blood ancestor looked at the Feather Emperor and sighed. It's a pity that you gave the badge to Fire Python. Now we can only be anxious. Since we know where she went, there's no need to be anxious. Because she will come back sooner or later. And from her actions, it's not hard to tell that she really wants to return to the Divine Kingdom. So, as long as we stay in the core area and keep an eye on the gate of the Divine Kingdom, we will definitely meet her. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The Feather Emperor nodded. The little rabbit was puzzled. But why would she suddenly want to return to the Divine Kingdom? It should be because of the 10 geniuses of the Divine Kingdom who died in the land of buried gods. You might not know yet. That purple gold divine dragon with 3,000 incarnations is her eldest brother's son, which means he's her nephew. Qin Feiyang sighed. What? The three of them looked at each other. It was her nephew. The old ancestor has been blaming herself the entire time. It is because of her betrayal that such a calamity has befallen our Sky Cloud realm. And this time, knowing that her nephew died in our hands, she must blame herself even more. Of course. We can't say that she's on the side of the Divine Kingdom. Whether it's the Divine Kingdom or the Sky Cloud realm, she doesn't want to see any casualties. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He thought about it from another perspective. The princess of the Divine Kingdom was in a difficult situation. The Divine Kingdom was her hometown, and all her relatives were in the Divine Kingdom. The Sky Cloud realm was something she had always protected, and there were many things she couldn't give up. She didn't want to see either side suffer. The only way was for the Sky Cloud realm and the Divine Kingdom to reconcile. But she knew her father's character. Reconciliation would never happen. So she thought of going back. Since all this happened because of her, she hoped that her return could bring peace to the two continents. Chapter 3905. Actually, to be honest, the princess of the Divine Kingdom was not on the side of the Divine Kingdom. On the contrary, she cared more about the safety of the Sky Cloud realm. Although the Sky Cloud realm had won against the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom this time, it was just a competition between the younger generation. Moreover, she knew in her heart that the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom were far more than that. Not to mention the older generation. Facing the older generation, the Sky Cloud realm had no chance of winning. Thousands of years later, when the war broke out, the Sky Cloud realm would only suffer. So, she couldn't just watch this happen. She had to do something. The Feather Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang, turned to look at the blood ancestor and the little rabbit, and sighed. It seems that we can only wait now. Madman is about to come out of seclusion. When Madman comes back, if sister-in-law still hasn't appeared, then we will personally go to the Great Qin to see if it is as we expected. The blood ancestor said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, should I also go to the core area of the land of the buried gods? Okay. The Feather Emperor nodded and said, as for the law given to him, let him fuse with it. After all, this is sister-in-law's idea. We have no right to interfere. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Kid, do you feel unbalanced in your heart? The blood ancestor asked with a smile. Why do you say that? If he is really the reincarnation of the human emperor, it is natural to give it to him. What can I feel unbalanced about? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. As long as he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he would be an invincible existence. As for the rest, there was no rush. Take your time. Okay. Anyway, towards a little fellow like you, this ancestor is quite at ease. The blood ancestor laughed and opened a space-time passage for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was about to enter the passage, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned to the blood ancestor. Ancestor, now that things have come to this, you should tell me about Long Tianyu's situation. Long Tianyu? The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit were stunned. Long Tianyu is a little strange. When he's in danger, it will erupt with a terrifying power that is exactly the same as the ancestor's aura. The key point is that he didn't notice it at all. Because when I unleashed this power, I didn't know what to do. He will lose consciousness temporarily. Qin Feiyang explained. Is there such a thing? The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit were surprised, and they turned to look at the blood ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor and frowned. That gray castle? He actually helped him open the door to his potential? I'm very puzzled. What's your relationship with Long Tianyu? In the face of Qin Feiyang's interrogation, the Feather Emperor and the little rabbit were also curious. The blood ancestor pondered for a moment. Sighing, he said, "This matter? To tell you the truth, I don't want you to know." "You don't want us to know?" The corners of the Feather Emperor's mouth twitched as he asked, "Could it be that it's a secret that can't be exposed?" The blood ancestor hesitated. "Say it," the little rabbit urged. "Sigh." The blood ancestor sighed. Looking at the three of them, he said, "I can tell you this matter. But must you promise? Help me keep it a secret? Especially not to tell Long Tianyu." Qin Feiyang? The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit exchanged glances. He actually wanted them to help him keep it a secret? It was definitely not simple. Actually, Long Tianyu, the blood ancestor's expression had a trace of disappointment as he sighed. "Actually, he's my son." "What?" Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even the Feather Emperor and the little rabbit couldn't help but jump. This old demon actually had a son? "You're not joking with us, right?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Can this matter be joked about?" The blood ancestor glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with an embarrassed smile, "I'm not doubting you. I just feel that this is too unbelievable. You actually have a son in the ancient world? Is this very strange? Back then I was in the ancient world for so many years." The blood ancestor coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The blood ancestor did indeed say that he had stayed in the ancient world for a long time. Moreover, because of his powerful cultivation, he had lived quite comfortably in the ancient world. Unfortunately, he was targeted by the ice dragon later on. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his remnant soul was also sealed. "Back then, I was carefree in the ancient world and accidentally saved a woman." When the blood ancestor said this, his old face slightly reddened as if he was a little embarrassed. "Don't stop." Qin Feiyang sat next to the Feather Emperor, his face full of anticipation. "Aren't you going to the land of the buried gods?" The blood ancestor said angrily. "No rush, no rush." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The blood ancestor glared at him and sighed. "Originally, I just casually saved her, but I didn't expect that after spending some time together, she would have a good impression of me. Actually, it's my fault." "Your fault?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. At that time, I should have directly driven her away. Otherwise, what happened later wouldn't have happened." The blood ancestor sighed. "You kept her by your side at that time?" The Feather Emperor asked. "Yes. At that time I saved her and she kept following me. At first I was a little impatient. However, I heard that her parents died early, and she didn't have any relatives at home. It was quite pitiful for her to wander alone. Out of sympathy I took her in. After that she took care of my food and my daily life. It could be said that she was meticulous. In the past I had never felt such warmth, so slowly I started to have an idea. I wanted a home. After that cough cough, there's no need to say this, right? You all understand." The blood ancestor smiled awkwardly. "Understood, understood." Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded repeatedly. Wasn't it just a romantic past? They were all experienced people and understood. However, not long after, the ice dragon targeted me. I knew that if she continued to follow me, she would definitely be implicated, so I heartlessly chased her away. There was no other way. If I wasn't heartless, she wouldn't have left. In the end, she left sadly. Not long after, I was seriously injured by the ice dragon. Fortunately, the ice dragon didn't kill me, allowing me to retain a trace of my remnant soul. After becoming a remnant soul, I immediately went to look for her. After half a year of searching, I finally found her in a barren mountain. At that time she was living in a cave with a big belly. Only then did I know that she was pregnant with my child. At that time, I immediately regretted it. Why did I provoke the dragons and the ice dragon? I, who was sealed, couldn't give the mother and child happiness at all. However, even though she knew that I was just a remnant soul, she didn't despise me. Later, the child was born. This child was Long Tianyu. The blood ancestor sighed. "That's not right. When I found Long Tianyu, he was only 13 years old. You were sealed by the ice dragon many years ago. The timing doesn't match." Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's because something happened in between. In terms of age, Long Tianyu was even older than you." The blood ancestor shook his head. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "After Long Tianyu was born, we lived in seclusion in that barren mountain. Although I was just a remnant soul, I lived very happily. However, when Long Tianyu was 5 years old, the dragons of the ancient realm found my whereabouts and came to kill me. The ice dragon let me go, but the dragons didn't want to. Do you know how much despair I felt when I faced the dragons? If I hadn't been sealed by the ice dragon, if I hadn't been a remnant soul, would I have been afraid of them? But there was no other way. Because there were no ifs. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't protect the mother and child. However, just as I was in despair, the ice dragon appeared again and stopped the dragons, giving me a way out. But the mother and child died. At that time, I even had the thought of dying. However, the ice dragon discovered that my son wasn't dead. There was still a trace of his soul. At that time, I was overjoyed and immediately knelt down and begged the ice dragon to save him. Because I couldn't save him in my state at that time, I could only beg it. Perhaps the ice dragon couldn't bear it, or perhaps because it knew what I had done for the sky cloud realm, so it nodded and agreed to help me. It didn't directly save my son. Instead, it used a great ability to seal my son in ice, forever freezing him at the age of 5. In other words, no matter how many years passed, as long as he was sealed in ice, he would always maintain his appearance when he was 5 years old. The blood ancestor explained. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Later, the ice dragon let me go. The dragons also gave up on chasing me. However, I was in the state of a remnant soul at that time, and I was sealed, so I couldn't save my son. As for the dragons, although they didn't chase me, they threatened to kill me if I dared to ask for help. They were probably afraid that my son would grow up and take revenge on them. Later one year, I accidentally entered the land of the far west and encountered the Grey Castle. The blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "At that time, you had already entered the ancient world and made a name for yourself in the northern region. In fact, I planned to look for you because I knew that you were the descendant of the human emperor after learning about the purple gold dragon blood. However, you weren't very strong at that time, so I didn't want to implicate you. At that time, the ancestor was already in the ancient world. Why didn't you look for him?" Qin Feiyang asked. Not long after he entered the ancient world, he was targeted by the dragons. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could I dare to look for him? The blood ancestor shook his head with a bitter smile and then said, "When I encountered the Grey Castle, he learned about what had happened to me. When he heard that it was the ice dragon that injured me and my son, he agreed to help me without hesitation. He's indeed a ruthless person who specializes in opposing the ice dragon." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He had heard from Snowflake that Snowflake, Blood Blade, Fire Pearl, and the Grey Castle had a blood feud with the ice dragon and small beast. With the help of the Grey Castle, my son, who had been sleeping for countless years, finally woke up. However, I knew that I couldn't protect him in my state at that time. So, after discussing with the Grey Castle, I came up with a plan. The blood ancestor smiled. What plan? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Let him go to your side. The blood ancestor said. Come to my side? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He asked in surprise, could it be that everything that happened back then was deliberately arranged by you? That's right. The blood ancestor nodded. Chapter 3906. Back then, you showed your talent in the northern region. And they're fighting to the death with the dragon clan. As long as this child follows you, not only can he hide his identity, but he can also follow you to the divine land and take revenge on the dragons. The blood ancestor smiled. You have so much confidence in me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. As a descendant of the human emperor, how can you be an ordinary person? Taking a step back, even if something bad happened to you with your personality, you would definitely arrange a way out for this child. The blood ancestor smiled. Okay. He didn't expect to be targeted by the blood ancestor from the beginning. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. I remember that I read Long Tianyu's memory back then. His parents died early and he was raised by his grandfather. Even if you and the Grey Castle are powerful, you can't change his memory, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor suspiciously. Of course I can't change his memory and I don't need to. That's because he did grow up in that village. Furthermore, after he woke up, the people he came into contact with were his adoptive parents, as well as that grandfather of his. This family also treated him as their own. They never told him that he wasn't their biological son, and they even changed his name to Long Tianyu. As for the memory before he was frozen, he was so young at that time and had been frozen for so many years. He has already forgotten it. The blood ancestor smiled faintly. Then the people in his village should know that he's not their biological son, right? Qin Feiyang said. Of course I told them not to talk nonsense. Although it was deliberately arranged, we still had to make the show real. Although his adoptive parents died early, they were really good to him, so we can't let him mistakenly think that he's an abandoned orphan, which will be detrimental to his growth. The blood ancestor said. Did the death of his adoptive parents have anything to do with you? Qin Feiyang was surprised. What do you mean? Do you think I killed them and deliberately created a pitiful background for this child to win everyone's sympathy? The blood ancestor immediately glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. No. Don't be so agitated. I'm just asking. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Actually, he really did think so, because with this old devil's personality, what couldn't he do? But obviously, this time he had wronged the blood ancestor. I'll tell you, although this ancestor is vicious and merciless, I still have a conscience. They took such good care of Jianghu, how could this ancestor do anything to them? Don't think that this ancestor? What a cold-blooded demon. This ancestor is also very loyal. The blood ancestor glared at him. I was wrong? Was I wrong? I'm sorry. Please calm down. Qin Feiyang smiled obsequiously. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor took the teacup? She glared at Qin Feiyang. He took a sip of tea and sighed. His adoptive parents and his grandfather's death was a tragedy. Everyone in the family was kind. Unfortunately, he didn't live long. When I found out, it's too late to save them. Qin Feiyang patted the blood ancestor's shoulder. He asked, that kid shouldn't be surnamed Long originally, right? Do you still need to ask? Of course he should have taken my surname. The blood ancestor rolled his eyes. Take your surname? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What do you mean by that? He's my son. If he doesn't take my surname, who else would he take? The blood ancestor was angry again. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and hurriedly said, you misunderstood me. What I want to say is, after so long, I still don't know your surname and name. That's right. After so many years you still don't know my name. You're a little incompetent as a junior. The blood ancestor glanced sideways at Qin Feiyang, his expression full of displeasure. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The Feather Emperor looked at the blood ancestor in amusement and said, this old devil is called Nangong Jian. Nangong Jian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Feather Emperor was overjoyed. Little Rabbit also laughed. The blood ancestor's face darkened. It's a sword, not a jian. This little rascal must be doing it on purpose. Sword? Jian? Which sword? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. What kind of sword do you think it is? The blood ancestor couldn't help but roar. I thought it was bitch in bitch. Qin Feiyang chuckled and ran away after saying that. The blood ancestor was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The Feather Emperor shook his head and laughed. Why does Long Jianghu have your aura in his body? The blood ancestor glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and sighed. That's the power of my bloodline. Because I've killed too many people in this life, my murderous aura has merged with my bloodline power. Qin Feiyang said, in other words, he inherited your bloodline power, so when he encounters danger, this potential power will be stimulated. Yes. The blood ancestor nodded. Then, will this power affect his cultivation in any way? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. This isn't a special bloodline power. It's just some murderous aura. Although he can't control this power when his cultivation is weak, with his current cultivation he won't be affected at all. The blood ancestor shook his head. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, then when are you going to tell Long Jianghu? No, I should call him Nangong Jianghu now. When are you going to tell him these things? The blood ancestor pondered for a while and sighed. I actually wanted to tell him a long time ago, but I didn't have the courage. I'm afraid that he'll hate me. After all, I killed his mother. His mother's death was caused by the dragons. The dragons have been exterminated, so it's time to end this grudge. I watched this child grow up. He's obedient and sensible. He should be able to understand your difficulties back then and won't resist an old father like you. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled. I'm not sure. It's just an analysis. That's equivalent to not saying anything. The blood ancestor rolled his eyes. It's not easy to have a child at your old age. The Feather Emperor sighed deeply and looked at the blood ancestor. Even if this child hates you, you have to confess to him as soon as possible. Because only if you speak first can we help you enlighten him. The blood ancestor looked at the Feather Emperor, then at Qin Feiyang and the little rabbit. Seeing their encouraging gazes, he nodded and said, "Okay, give me some time to prepare. I'll confess to him." "Then you should prepare well. I'll go to the land of buried gods first. Call me when you're ready." Qin Feiyang smiled and stepped into the space-time passage. The core area. The seal was gone and only ruins were left. At this moment, Yun Ziang stood in the central area and looked up at the gate of the divine kingdom, clenching his hands together. Swish. Qin Feiyang landed in the sky and looked down. Soon, he saw Yun Ziang and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. If this person was really the reincarnation of the human emperor, how should he get along with him in the future? They were of the same generation. How could he suddenly become an ancestor? The difference in seniority was really like heaven and earth. After a long time, Qin Feiyang looked up at the gate of the divine kingdom and landed beside Yun Ziang. "You're here too." Yun Ziang retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a forced smile. It was uglier than crying. "I'm here to accompany you." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yun Ziang shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. By the way, what did you talk about with Lord Feather Emperor on Sky Cloud Island?" "Nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Why did you talk for so long?" Yun Ziang looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and smiled. "You definitely won't believe me." "What?" Yun Ziang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "The blood ancestor actually has a son." Yun Ziyang's expression froze as he asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang said, "You've been cultivating in the Black Tortoise world for so long, so you should know him. It's that little guy Nangong Tianyu." "Nangong Tianyu?" Yun Ziang was stunned. Was there such a person in the Black Tortoise world? He used to be called Long Tianyu. Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's him." Yun Ziang nodded and said in surprise, "You mean this little guy is the blood ancestor's son?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Ziang was stunned for a while and shook his head. "Don't joke with me. How is that possible?" "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. This matter was indeed too unexpected. Not to mention Yun Ziang, anyone who heard this news would think it was a joke. Yun Ziang sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be joking, he was left speechless. How incredible. That old demon, the blood ancestor, actually has a son? Ahem. Don't let the blood ancestor hear this. Otherwise you'll be finished. Qin Feiyang hurriedly warned. Although the blood ancestor was an old devil, couldn't an old devil have a son? Therefore this couldn't be said carelessly. I know. Yun Ziang nodded and looked up at the gate of the divine kingdom again. "Brother Qin, I've been thinking about it. We can't keep being beaten like this. I think we should directly attack the divine kingdom and turn the divine kingdom into a training ground for the Sky Cloud realm." Qin Feiyang was shocked when he heard this. This guy actually had such a crazy idea? However, Yun Ziang's words weren't unreasonable. The Sky Cloud realm couldn't always be in a passive situation. They had to seize the initiative. However, the current strength of the Sky Cloud realm simply didn't allow it. "Don't worry. The future is long. As long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to do it in the future." The current strength didn't allow it, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't be possible in the future. When he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he would really go to the divine kingdom. Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. After hesitating for a while, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Should I fuse with the law inheritance that Master gave me?" "Of course. What's there to hesitate about?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "But I keep feeling that there's something wrong with these 3 law inheritances." Yun Ziang took out the 3 law inheritances and frowned. Chapter 3907. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This person's sixth sense was quite strong. However, since the princess of the divine kingdom had already made up her mind to give these 3 laws to Yun Ziang, she would definitely not take them back. "This is what your master gave you. What's wrong with it?" "You don't think that she will harm you, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's not what I meant." Yun Ziang quickly shook his head. "Don't worry. I have asked Feather Emperor and the others. These 3 inheritances were indeed brought by the old ancestor from the divine kingdom." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Really?" Yun Ziang asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Sometimes, it's not impossible to say something against your heart." "Then do you know where Master is now?" Yun Ziang asked. "I have a guess. But it hasn't been confirmed yet. In short, you don't have to worry too much. After all, with the old ancestor's strength, there aren't many in the Sky Cloud realm who can hurt her." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's true. Yun Xiang nodded and finally relaxed a lot. Let's go. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm to fuse. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took Yun Xiang and appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. What about outside? Yun Xiang frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and an image appeared in the void in front of them. The situation outside the gate of the Divine Kingdom was clearly displayed in the image. Yun Xiang looked at the image and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could pay attention to the situation outside at any time, it would be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I will keep an eye here. You go to the castle and find a cultivation room to focus on fusing the laws. Then when Master comes you must inform me. Yun Xiang reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yun Xiang withdrew his gaze, turned around, and rushed towards the castle like a bolt of lightning. Whether or not he is the reincarnation of the human emperor, this is a blessing that makes people envious. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he looked at Yun Xiang's back. 3 ultimate profundity inheritances. Even in the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure, it was very difficult to encounter such a fortune. However, although he had helped Yun Xiang, he would lose the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, even his cultivation would fall to the small success sovereign realm. So, the price was too high. Indeed, he did not expect that the ultimate profound could be forcefully extracted. If he had known earlier, he might have used some tricks to get some benefits from the Dragon King trio. This was because Dragon King and the other 2 had mastered 2 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. But then again, would Dragon King and the other 2 give him the ultimate profound? Obviously, that was impossible. After all, based on their hatred for him, they would rather die than help him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't think so much. The ultimate profound of the life and death laws was the most important. Then, he called Pei Dason over? After helping to monitor the situation outside, he sat cross-legged in the void and continued to comprehend the ultimate profound of the life and death laws. The Divine King of Chaos had given him some insights? He had already comprehended a lot. He could clearly feel that the door to the ultimate profound was slowly opening for him. However, a little? He still couldn't figure it out. This insight? It contained a sentence? Put death on the ground and fight to live. Put death on the ground and fight to live. Generally speaking, it referred to death first and then life? To find hope in despair. This was actually the principle of the life and death laws. Because the end of death was reincarnation, and reincarnation represented new life. The end of life? It was the end. The end? It was equivalent to death. Life and death were intertwined and reincarnation was endless. However, Qin Feiyang had a feeling that this was definitely not what the Divine King of Chaos wanted to express. Because even if he comprehended the life and death laws, it was impossible for him to really die. The price was too high. Moreover, there were so many people who reincarnated. Lunatic was one of them. If he died once, could he really comprehend the ultimate profound of the life and death laws? Lunatic should have figured it out long ago. Therefore, his judgment? The sentence, put death on the ground and fight to live? It must contain other mysteries. Time flew. Black Tortoise World? 100,000 years had passed. But only 20 days had passed outside. It was half a month. But half a month had passed, and the princess of the Divine Kingdom had not appeared in the land of the buried gods. Long Chen also did not return to the dragon's nest. There was no movement from the Divine Kingdom either. Everyone thought that the Divine Kingdom would definitely make a comeback after suffering such a huge loss. But unexpectedly, it had been so long and there was still no movement. Of course, after the battle in the land of the buried gods, everyone was no longer so afraid of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. However, the next morning, bang! Powerful auras emerged from the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Pei Dason, who was monitoring the gate of the Divine Kingdom, suddenly trembled slightly and was about to wake Qin Feiyang up. But he swallowed the words back when he was about to say it. It was better to observe the situation first. If it was just some ordinary heavenly talents, there was no need to alarm Qin Feiyang. In less than 3 breaths, figures filed out from the gate of the Divine Kingdom, no less than 1,000 people. This was an extremely terrifying number. The most important thing was, these people were very young. Each of them showed an extraordinary temperament and the aura they exuded was also extremely terrifying. Among them, 3 young people were particularly eye-catching. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 young men were tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows, and their white clothes were spotless. The other woman, about 20 years old, was also wearing a snow-white long dress. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, like a flower fairy. Just by the aura they exuded, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. Moreover, the strangest thing was, in the middle of these people's eyebrows, there was a crescent-shaped mark, glowing with a wisp of sacred light. A group of people appeared, standing in the sky above the core area, scanning all directions. This is the Sky Cloud Realm? It's really a small place. Such a place can actually give birth to a monster like Ryuko. It's really strange. The group of people discussed animatedly, their faces full of disdain. Ryuko? He's just relying on his 3,000 incarnations to intimidate others. The leading woman in a white dress smiled contemptuously. Sister Shuang, aren't you afraid of falling into Ryuko's ears? The two young men in white next to her looked at the woman in a white dress and laughed. They didn't seem to take Ryuko seriously either. So what if it falls into his ears? The woman in a white dress didn't care at all. You can't say that. After all, he is the grandson of the monarch. We still have to give him face. Let's not talk about this first. Let's see how outstanding the heavenly talents of the Sky Cloud Realm are. Let's go. The two young men in white waved their hands, and more than 1,000 people behind them immediately turned into streams of light and swept in all directions like lightning. It doesn't seem to be simple. Pei Dason muttered. Of course it's not simple. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded behind him. Pei Dason hurriedly turned his head and found that Qin Feiyang had already woken up from his seclusion and was looking at the two men and one woman in the image. Young master, I'm sorry, Pei Dason hurriedly walked in front of Qin Feiyang, his face full of anxiety. Why are you panicking? Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Pei Dason smiled embarrassedly. He thought that Qin Feiyang would blame him for not informing him in the first place. Qin Feiyang looked at the three people in the image, and a trace of seriousness gradually appeared in his eyes. These three people give me a very dangerous feeling. Very dangerous? Pei Dason was surprised. How was that possible? Even the young master could feel danger? For the talents of the divine kingdom, even if it's just the most ordinary one, we can't underestimate them. But these people are indeed a little strange. What does the mark between their eyebrows represent? Qin Feiyang muttered. Could it be just a birthmark? Pei Dason was suspicious. Birthmark? Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Dason speechlessly and said, have you seen more than 1,000 people with the same birthmark in the same place? No. Pei Dason laughed dryly. Isn't that right? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. At this time, the two men and one woman outside also flew away, and it seemed that they were heading to the eastern continent. Young master, do you want to go out and have a look? Pei Dason asked worriedly. No need. We have to do everything. Won't we be exhausted? Qin Feiyang shook his head and continued to close his eyes to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. He's really calm. Pei Dason laughed bitterly. Outside, as large amounts of young people from the divine kingdom surged into the four continents were instantly seething with excitement. Who are you? Why have you come to my city in such an ostentatious manner? Ocean of Cloud City. 4 young people from the divine kingdom flashed fearlessly into the sky above the city, and it immediately alarmed the city governor's estate. For example, the city governor of Ocean of Cloud City and Ocean of Wind City weren't Zhuo Tianxing and the others anymore, they were members of the Devil Hall. The city governor immediately charged out with a group of guards when he sensed the auras of the 4 young people from the divine kingdom, and he shouted at them. Shut up. One of the young people from the divine kingdom grunted coldly with impatience, and then an enormous explosion resounded as a blood-red crescent rose into the sky. It was the ultimate meaning of the law of death. The city governor and the others were shocked. After all, the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws was an extremely formidable ability on the 4 continents. Because only the Devil Hall, Independent Cultivator Alliance, Sky Hall, and Divine Hall possessed such ability on the 4 continents. For example, the strongest ability in a city like Ocean of Cloud City was the 5th profundity. For example, while the city governor was at the peak of the sovereign realm, he didn't even possess a single supreme profundity. Of course, it wasn't that he was weak. Someone like him would definitely be considered a top-rate existence in Ocean of Cloud City. Yet now, Ocean of Cloud City was about to face the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. Even though the 4 young people from the Divine Kingdom couldn't compare to the blue-haired young man and the other top geniuses, their strength was sufficient to sweep through the world unless the older generation acted against them. Bang! As the crescent descended, the city governor's group was blasted flying while blood sprayed from their bodies. Right at this moment, A guard commander ran over hastily and spoke in a low voice, "City Governor, we have news. They came from the land of buried gods." "What? They came from the land of buried gods? Then aren't they from the divine kingdom?" The city governor's expression changed drastically. "Yes. We are from the divine kingdom." The four young men laughed proudly. Chapter 39:08. The prodigies of the divine kingdom. The city lord's eyes trembled. "What are you afraid of? Our sky cloud realm has prodigies like Long Chen and Qin Feiyang. And our eastern continent is the place where Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King rose." On the street below, a teenage boy yelled. When the city lord heard this, he felt humiliated. He wasn't even afraid of a teenager. As the city lord, he was actually scared to this extent. It was really embarrassing. Qin Feiyang? Madman Mo? Golden Wing Wolf King? The four divine kingdom youths looked at each other. Who was this person? Wasn't it said that the only prodigies of the sky cloud realm were Long Qin, Long Qin, Yin Xiang, and Li Feng? That's right. Qin Feiyang and the others rose step by step in our eastern continent and became the prodigies of the sky cloud realm today. With them here, we don't have to be afraid at all. The others also roared. Who are these Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King? Are they strong? They are. One of the divine kingdom youths frowned. Of course they are strong. They are the prodigies of our sky cloud realm. They have left countless legends in the eastern continent. Even the older generation doesn't dare to compete with them. If you really have the ability, go find them. Don't be a tyrant here. The city lord also mustered up his courage and stared at the four with a sneer. So powerful? How are they compared to Long Chen and the others? The four were curious. I don't know. The city lord shook his head. You don't know? The four were stunned. The city lord indeed didn't know because Qin Feiyang and the others didn't show their strength in public after returning from the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. The only 2 times Qin Feiyang played the role of Qin Xiaotian. Are you playing with us? If they are really powerful, then let them come here. We will wait for them. The four of them sneered, their expressions full of contempt. Their whereabouts are uncertain. Go and find them if you have the ability. When you find them, you will know how insignificant you are. The city lord retorted. You're courting death. One of the young men took a step forward and landed in front of the city lord in an instant. He slammed his palm towards the city lord's chest. Ah! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the city lord's body shattered on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. What Qin Feiyang? What Madman Mo? What Golden-Winged Wolf King? In front of the geniuses of the divine kingdom, they are nothing but ants. I'm the one who said that. If any of you are not convinced, then come at me. You can come at me together. That young man from the divine kingdom was extremely arrogant, and he glanced at the entire city. Too arrogant. There's simply no law. Beat him up. The young man's words immediately enraged the crowd. Within the city, everyone who had attained the ruler realm charged out, activated their laws, and charged towards the young man from the divine kingdom. There are so many of you, yet you don't even have a single supreme profundity. You really are no different from ants. The young man from the divine kingdom laughed with disdain, and then he instantly activated 6 supreme profundities. Amongst them were 2 supreme profundities and 4 ordinary supreme profundities. 6 supreme profundities. Such strength was even stronger than the other experts of the devil palaces. In just a few breaths of time, all those who charged forward were heavily injured, and they were smashed into the city in a sorry state. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, the city was also in a mess. That's it. Ah, how laughable. Looks like besides Yun Xiang, Li Feng, Long Chen and Long Qin, there are no other capable young people in the Skycloud dimension. The 4 of them roared with laughter, and then they turned around and left. Bastard. It's too early for all of you to be arrogant. The city lord's soul roared furiously. You still dare to act arrogantly? One of the young men from the divine kingdom raised his brows, and then a strand of the energy of the laws surged forward and obliterated the city lord's soul on the spot. The other 3 young men had cold and indifferent expressions on their faces as well, and it was like they were crushing an ant. City Lord. All of you bastards will die a horrible death. All of them howled with sorrow. They didn't feel any panic, only hatred remained. Looks like I have to slaughter the city to make all of you behave. The gazes of the 4 young men turned cold as they activated their various supreme profundities, and they actually grasped 6 supreme profundities. 6 supreme profundities were existences on the same level as the patriarchs of the 3 races. The gap between Ocean of Cloud City and the 3 races wasn't small at all. Even if Elder Hua Chu Yun, the Devil Palace's master, and the Grand Elder were here, they wouldn't be able to fight the 4 of them without using sovereign armaments. Ocean of Cloud City was about to be annihilated, but a formidable aura suddenly surged over from afar. The 4 young men from the Divine Kingdom were stunned, and then they turned around to look at the sky above the mountains outside the city. You actually dared to cause trouble in my territory? Are all of you tired of living? Cruel laughter resounded. That voice. The spirits of the residents of the city were refreshed, and they raised their heads to look over. They saw a black-clothed young man walking step by step through the air towards them. Madman Mo. It really is him. Brother Mo, they're from the Divine Kingdom. They didn't just kill the city lord, they even intend to slaughter the entire city. Quickly kill them. The crowd instantly roared with excitement. He's Madman Mo? The 4 young men from the Divine Kingdom raised their brows. He's from the Divine Kingdom? I was wondering who would dare to act so arrogantly in Ocean of Cloud City. So it's trash from the Divine Kingdom. Madman chuckled as he utilized the ghost steps, and it only took a few blinks of the eye for him to arrive before them. Trash? They exchanged glances and then they started laughing from extreme rage. They stared at Madman and said, I heard from them that you're very strong. I'm not really strong, but I can crush all of you. Madman bared his teeth. How arrogant. But there's a price to pay for being arrogant. Killing intent flashed in their eyes, and all sorts of profound meanings blasted towards Madman. But Madman didn't even dodge. He just stood there without moving, and all sorts of profound meanings instantly drowned him. You're just SOSO. You're so scared that you don't even dare to fight back. The 4 of them laughed in disdain. The eyelids of the people in the city couldn't help but twitch. You wouldn't be killed just like that, right? Is that so? I didn't fight back because you don't even have the qualifications to make me fight back. Madman's proud and arrogant voice resounded. The 4 of them were surprised. He actually didn't die after being blasted by their profound meanings? As expected of Madman Mo. Ha! He doesn't even have the qualifications to fight back. He's really domineering. The people in the city were stunned for a moment, and then they all started laughing. Swoosh. In the next moment, Madman took a step forward and entered everyone's line of sight once more. His body was actually intact. How is this possible? The 4 young men from the Divine Kingdom were stunned. Immediately after, they discovered that Madman's body was now filled with strands of lightning energy. It was this power of thunder that helped the Madman block the attacks of the various profound meanings. This is the prodigy of the Divine Kingdom? You've really disappointed me. Madman sized up the 4 of them and shook his head. The lightning energy surged out, and a lightning pool suddenly appeared in the sky. All sorts of divine lightning intertwined, forming rainbow-colored divine lightning that exuded a heavenly might that could destroy the world. This is the law of lightning's ultimate profound meaning. The 4 of them changed their expressions and turned to run. Die for me. Madman laughed. With a wave of his hand, rainbow-colored divine lightning poured down like a waterfall, instantly drowning the 4 of them. With a shrill scream, the 4 of them were destroyed on the spot. Amazing. This is the law of lightning's ultimate profound meaning. As expected of a prodigy from our eastern continent. Everyone looked at this scene with excitement. Madman waved his hand, and the lightning dissipated. He lowered his head to look at the people in the city, and his eyes seemed to have a trace of vicissitudes. But soon, he returned to his cynical look and laughed. You guys are too useless. Just 4 pieces of trash beat you up like this. Just 4 pieces of trash? Everyone smiled bitterly. In your eyes they are trash, but in our eyes they are unattainable gods. We know you are strong. But can you not be so discouraging? Madman asked. How many people came from the Divine Kingdom this time? A lot. Not only our eastern continent, but according to the news from the Divine Palace, Sky Palace, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance, there are also many people from the Divine Kingdom on their side. I estimate that there are at least 800 if not 1,000 people coming this time. The guard commander stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Because the time was too short, they didn't have a specific number. So many? Madman was stunned. Yes. It's much more than before. The guard commander nodded and said, however, the people who came this time aren't as good as those from before. A group of people from the Divine Kingdom has already come? Madman was stunned. You don't know about this? The guard commander was suspicious. I don't know. I have been in the Nether King's hell and have only just returned. Madman shook his head. Yes. I heard that you seem to have entered the evil moon back then. The guard commander patted his head and said, half a month ago 10 geniuses from the Divine Kingdom came, and each of them had extraordinary strength. The guard commander briefly explained the situation of that battle. No way. Someone from the Divine Kingdom actually has 3,000 incarnations? Madman was dumbfounded. We saw it with our own eyes. In the end, it was Long Chen who appeared and killed him. The guard commander said in a deep voice. Long Chen? Madman frowned. The guard commander said, Long Chen's god's domain can restrain 3,000 incarnations. His strength is even more terrifying than Long Qin, Li Feng, and Yun Xiang. Long Chen, the Divine Kingdom's 10 geniuses. Interesting. Madman chuckled. The guard commander was rather speechless when he heard this. After all, every single one of those 10 geniuses was an extremely terrifying enemy, and they could even slaughter an entire continent with ease. But Madman seemed completely indifferent. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the city below took out a transmission stone. A figure appeared. This figure was a young man in his 20s, and he wore the uniform of a disciple of the Demon Palace. Obviously, he was a disciple of the Demon Palace. Father, you must be careful in the city. The geniuses of the Divine Kingdom have arrived again. The young man looked at the middle-aged man and reminded him. The middle-aged man smiled. The Divine Kingdom's forces have appeared in the city. What? How's the city now? The young man was surprised. It's fine now. They intended to slaughter the city, but at the critical moment, Madman Mo attacked and killed them. The middle-aged man smiled. Madman Mo. The young man was shocked and roared, where is Madman Mo now? What? The middle-aged man was puzzled. Dozens of Divine Kingdom's forces have arrived at the Demon Palace. The situation is dangerous now. The young man said in a low voice. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed and he hurriedly raised his head to look at Madman in the sky and roared, Brother Mo, the Demon Palace is in trouble. Quickly go and help. Madman raised his brows. Did they think that the Eastern Continent had no one? Old Meng. Chapter 3909. The guard commander was shocked as well and he said anxiously, Brother Mo, quickly go and support them. Just 4 people from Ocean of Cloud City had almost been massacred, let alone dozens of people. The Demon Hall was definitely in a very bad situation. Don't worry, Demon Hall. Deal with the aftermath well. Madman waved his hand, and a spatial passageway appeared the Demon Hall. At this moment, the mountain before the entrance had been practically razed to the ground. Around 60 people stood in the air, and their clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Their auras were terrifying and their faces were filled with disdain. Elder Hua Chu Yun, the Demon Hall's Hall Master, and the 10 elders were in the lead. There were countless disciples behind them, and their faces were filled with rage. Moreover, there were a few dozen young men and women by Elder Hua's side. They were all core disciples of the Demon Hall, and they were the best amongst the core disciples. They were known as the geniuses of the Eastern Continent, but all of them were missing limbs and covered in blood. They were in an extremely sorry state. There were even over a dozen corpses on the ground, and they had died rather miserably. These are the genius disciples of your Demon Hall? They can't even withstand a single attack from us. Are they worthy of being geniuses? I think they're even worse than idiots. One of the young men from the Divine Kingdom glanced at the group of young men and women, and then he chuckled as he looked at Elder Hua and the others. Hearing this, everyone in the Devil Palace was instantly enraged. Actually, you older generation people can step in as well. Even though Qin Shaotian and the Master of the Divine Kingdom made an agreement, you don't have to abide by it and we don't mind. However, even if you older generation people step in, you probably won't be able to turn the situation around. After all, even the weakest on our side is stronger than you older generation people. Let's just call you old trash from now on. Ah, that name? It's very suitable for you. A group of people laughed unscrupulously. Chu Yun clenched her fists tightly. Clang. Suddenly, she waved her hand and a crimson sword appeared. The ruler's aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Little Yun? No. Elder Hua's expression changed and he hurriedly looked at Chu Yun and shouted. The Demon Hall's Hall Master hurriedly stopped him. At the same time, the young men from the Divine Kingdom were stunned, and then they started laughing. Ruler's weapon. How awe-inspiring. However, do you dare activate it? So long as you dare to activate the Sovereign Divine Weapon? Does that mean breaking the agreement between Qin Shaotian and the Master of the Divine Kingdom? When the army of the Divine Kingdom arrives, what kind of consequences will the Sky Cloud Realm face? Can you imagine? I advise you to obediently put it away. This is the consequence? It's not something you can bear. All kinds of mocking words were incessant. This enraged everyone in the demon royal halls to the extreme. Then do you know what consequences you will have to bear? But suddenly, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Little lunatic. Elder Hua and the others were stunned. He was immediately overjoyed. The dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Who had the guts to provoke them? Could it be Long Qin? Yun Ziang? Li Feng? Above the demon palace, a space-time tunnel appeared. Lunatic took a step forward, standing high up in the sky. He scanned the demonic palace. I'm back. Elder Hua stepped forward. Yes. Madman nodded. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the injured disciples. Then, he noticed the dead disciples of the demon royal halls. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom. Who gave you the courage to come to the demon royal halls and kill the innocent? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like this? A woman from the Divine Kingdom stood out. She looked at Lunatic arrogantly. They had already seen the images of Yun Ziang and the others in the Divine Kingdom. So when they saw Lunatic walk out of the space-time tunnel, they immediately knew that it wasn't Yun Ziang and the others. If it wasn't Yun Ziang and the others, how dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Wasn't he courting death? Who do I think I am? Lunatic muttered. Everyone in the demon royal halls looked at the dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom with ridicule. You only know Yun Ziang and the others, but you don't know that the truly terrifying young people of the Sky Cloud Realm haven't even made their moves yet. Who in the Sky Cloud Realm didn't know of this little lunatic's ferocious name? Others couldn't wait to hide when they saw him, but these people actually took the initiative to approach him. They really admired their courage. If you don't have the strength of Yun Ziang and Li Feng, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize as soon as possible, so that we don't have to do it ourselves. Another young man from the Divine Kingdom spoke, looking at Lunatic with disdain. Yun Ziang, Li Feng? Lunatic laughed, laughing very happily, and walked toward the dozens of people step by step. You're courting death. The dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom surged with killing intent. Lunatic's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent as he stared at the group and said, Yun Ziang, Li Feng, are they strong? Boom. The law of slaughter and the law of thunder rolled out. Two ultimate profound meanings appeared out of nowhere in an instant. As soon as the blood prison, the ultimate mystery of the law of slaughter, appeared, the world turned into a sea of blood. Lunatic walked on the sea of blood with 99 blood-colored swords behind him, emitting a sharp light that could destroy the world. Above his head, a pool of lightning shook the world and 7-colored lightning emitted a monstrous might. With the two ultimate mysteries, he was like a demon god that had returned from hell. The demon palace disciples were stunned. He also grasped two ultimate mysteries. Although it was just two ordinary ultimate mysteries, it was many times stronger than them. At the same time, the pupils of the dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom suddenly constricted. They didn't expect such a terrifying person to be hidden in the demon palace. Two ultimate mysteries. Such strength was enough to dominate an area. Don't keep talking to me about Yun Ziang and Li Feng. I never put them in my eyes. Lunatic's domineering aura was unparalleled. As his voice landed, the 99 blood-colored swords and the pool of lightning carried an apocalyptic might as they smashed toward the group. How dare you be so presumptuous with just two ultimate mysteries? The eyes of the woman from the Divine Kingdom who spoke earlier flashed with contempt, and the law of light surged forth. In the next instant, a full moon rose, illuminating the world. Within it, auspicious beasts soared and angels danced, presenting an auspicious country. This was the ultimate mystery of the law of light, the kingdom of light. At the same time that the woman activated her ultimate mystery, another man from the Divine Kingdom walked out. Waves of fire surged out, and the void above instantly turned into a sea of fire. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying divine might, a flaming giant appeared, and the place instantly turned into a large furnace. The ultimate mystery of the law of fire. Elder Hua's eyes trembled. It turned out that the people from the Divine Kingdom hadn't displayed their true strength when they fought with the Demon Palace disciples. Boom. The four ultimate mysteries collided. A world-destroying aura surged out in all directions like a tide. The Crimson Sword saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately activated a barrier, enveloping the entire demon palace, Elder Hua and all the disciples. If they weren't protected, the demon palace would be razed to the ground in minutes. Not to mention the demon palace disciples. Just the shockwaves from the battle were enough to kill them. High up in the sky, the frenzy was fighting 1 against 2, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. To him this was nothing at all. The ultimate mysteries of the law of lightning and the law of slaughter were just one of his methods. Kill him. The eyes of the people from the divine kingdom were filled with murderous intent. The various law of light activated one after another, and all of them were ultimate mysteries. Every one of them had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries. What kind of scene was this? Elder Hua Chuyun and the Demon Palace Master couldn't help but shudder when they saw the true strength of these people, let alone the disciples below. Because the strength of any one of these people was comparable to the patriarchs of the 3 major races. This was the strength of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom? The Sky Cloud Realm really couldn't compare. Because in the Sky Cloud Realm, other than Qin Feiyang's group, the other young people didn't even have a single ultimate mystery. This gap could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Similarly, if the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom was so powerful, then how terrifying would the older generation of the Divine Kingdom be? It was unimaginable. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang trying his best to reach an agreement with the Master of the Divine Kingdom, what kind of catastrophe would the Sky Cloud Realm be facing now? Elder Hua, can the frenzy do it? The Demon Palace's second elder couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. Because he didn't know the frenzy's true strength. Seeing the people from the Divine Kingdom displaying such terrifying methods, he couldn't help but lose confidence in the frenzy. Don't worry. He can. Elder Hua's eyes were firm. When he fused with the law of light in the Black Tortoise realm, he already knew the frenzy's strength. Now this little guy had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. It was merely the ultimate mysteries, no matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. Even the people in front of him might not even be qualified for the frenzy to activate the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. As expected, facing these dozens of Divine Kingdom's youths, the frenzy didn't have any intention of activating the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Boom. A violent, ruthless, and bloodthirsty aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, the frenzy's thin and small body continued to grow. Finally, a 10,000-foot-tall giant appeared. His entire body was covered in blood-red hair. Like an ancient giant ape, his terrifying might shattered the void and the earth. At this moment, the frenzy seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. His eyes were filled with a terrifying savagery and madness. Even the barrier laid down by the red longsword was distorting, as if it would shatter at any moment. Elder Hua and the others didn't know, but if the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit were here, they would be dumbfounded. This was because the frenzy's appearance and aura were exactly the same as the Blood Demon King's. This was a demon king that made people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. After so many years, I thought that the Divine Kingdom would have changed, but I didn't expect it to become even worse. You cold-blooded things should all be killed. The frenzy's voice was like a bell, and his tone had also changed. It was filled with the smell of blood. As his voice fell, his mountain-like fist punched out. The power of the blood demon swept through the sky, and a shocking scene immediately appeared. Chapter 39:10. The mad scientist's fist smashed the ultimates one after another. It was simply unstoppable. One had to know. This was the ultimates of the ultimates. Although it couldn't be compared to the ultimates of the ultimates, it was enough to destroy the world. But in the end, it was defeated by the mad scientist's fist. The strength and power of his physical body was too terrifying. He's a monster. The dozens of people from the Divine Kingdom were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone fight with the ultimates of the ultimates of the ultimates of the ultimates. Moreover, the ultimates of the ultimates were no match for his fist. In just an instant they were all shattered. At this moment, in their eyes, the mad scientist's 10,000 feet tall body was like a fiend god. Back then your Divine Kingdom sent out so many experts, but you still couldn't conquer the Sky Cloud realm, let alone you little thieves. The mad scientist's voice was like thunder. The blood demon's power swept towards the group of people like a tide. The blood demon's power was the fusion of the Yin demon's power and the evil demon's power. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than the Yin demon's power and the evil demon's power. When the blood demon's power drowned the group of people, they immediately felt the blood demon's power invading their bodies and devouring their flesh, divine power and divine soul. In less than 3 breaths someone couldn't take it anymore. Accompanied by a scream, his body melted and turned into a pool of blood. What kind of technique is this? The demon palace's disciples were shocked when they saw this scene. Strange. Elder Hu also frowned. What strange? The Grand Elder looked at him in confusion. This mad scientist's blood demon's power. This old man has seen it before, but it wasn't so destructive. Elder Hu muttered. Moreover, he could feel that after the madman transformed, he was stronger than before. What was going on? What did he obtain in the moon of evil? You're courting death. The two young men and women who had grasped the ultimates of the ultimates saw their companions turn into pools of blood one after another. Their brows were filled with hostility. In the next moment, the crescent mark between their eyebrows emitted a dazzling divine light. Boom. Immediately after, the ultimates of the law of light and the law of fire were activated again. This time, the power unleashed by the two ultimate mysteries was much stronger than before. This change made Madman frown. The ultimate profundities of the law of slaughter and the law of lightning appeared in an instant, and with world-destroying power, they attacked the ultimate profundities of the law of light and the law of fire. With a loud bang, the four ultimate intents collided. An unexpected scene appeared. Originally, they were evenly matched ultimate profundities, but at this moment, the young man and woman's ultimate profundities of the law of light and the law of fire crushed the madman's two ultimate profundities like a hot knife through butter. What? Madman was shocked. Elder Hua and the others were also in disbelief. They were both using the ultimate profundities of ordinary laws, so how could he possibly suppress his opponent? What was going on? Suddenly, they looked at the crescent moon mark between their eyebrows. Could it be related to this mark? While the madman was distracted, the laws of light and the laws of fire's ultimate profundities slammed into the madman's body like two meteors. Little lunatic, Elder Ho exclaimed. The madman finally came back to his senses, and with a roar, he raised his two mountain-like hands and grabbed at the two ultimate profundities. But an even more shocking scene appeared. The madman grabbed the two ultimate profundities with both hands, and a wave of blood burst out from his palms. It was filled with an extremely evil aura. It was like the source of all evil. Shatter for this sovereign. In the next moment, the madman roared and his hands exerted force. He actually used his hands to shatter the two ultimate profundities. Everyone present was stunned. Shattering two ultimate profundities with his bare hands, how was this possible? They must be dreaming. Everyone rubbed their eyes and looked at the madman again. The madman was still standing proudly in the air. Although he had shattered the two ultimate profundities, his hands were still bleeding. Every drop of blood contained an extremely terrifying evil aura, as if he was the embodiment of the source of all evil. The so-called source of all evil was the source of all evil. Too strong. Although he was injured, his huge body and the embodiment of evil weren't enough to describe the madman at this moment. He was a god that controlled all evil. Who the hell are you? The mark of the god race can greatly increase the power of the profundities. Although it can't reach the inheritance of the strongest ultimate profundities, it can still completely crush ordinary ultimate profundities. But you can actually shatter our ultimate profundities with just your body and this evil power. Are you really a young man from the sky cloud field? Why do I feel that you are more like an old antique that has lived for countless years? The young man and woman from the divine kingdom stared at the madman in horror. This was simply a monster. Old antique, the madman muttered. The inside of these two was quite strong. According to the identity of the blood demon king, he was indeed an old antique. But now he was the madman. A madman from the ancient world. Screams could be heard endlessly. The other young men from the divine kingdom were constantly turned into puddles of blood under the power of the blood demon. The young man and woman from the divine kingdom relied on their powerful profundities of law to barely hold on. However, they soon discovered that this evil power had begun to nibble away at their profundities of law. It can even erode the profundities of law? The two looked at each other, turned around, and fled into the sky. There was no way to continue fighting with this monster. Leave? The madman chuckled. The giant blood-stained hand covered the sky and the earth as it slapped toward the two. In the palm, waves of blood rolled out like a sea of blood, drowning out all directions. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a blood moon mark in the center of his palm at this moment. The blood waves were born from this mark. As his palm fell, the young man and woman from the divine kingdom screamed on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky as their bodies and souls were destroyed. The other young men from the divine kingdom also died tragically under the power of the blood demon. Not a single one was left. They were all wiped out. This is the little madman's current strength? Elder Hua Chu Yun and the Demon Hall Lord looked at each other. This was completely unimaginable. The geniuses from the Divine Kingdom were like the sun, but they couldn't resist at all. What a terrifying fellow. Everyone said that the Blood Ancestor was an old demon, but it seemed that this little madman was the true Demon King. High up in the sky, the madman looked in the direction of the land of the buried gods. The power of the blood demon that filled the sky returned to his body like a tide. The blood moon mark in his palm also disappeared. His body also quickly shrank and returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Amazing! Elder Hua flew in front of the madman and chuckled. The madman turned around and looked at Elder Hua. His blood-red eyes seemed to have a trace of coldness. They didn't have the same emotions as before. This gaze made Elder Hua feel a great sense of danger. However, very quickly, the madman's eyes returned to normal as he smiled proudly. They're just a bunch of small fries. I don't care about them at all. When Elder Hua heard this, he was speechless. If that was the case, wouldn't they be worse than small fries? The madman glanced at the demon palace and suddenly froze. He asked, "You have a time array here?" "Yes." This was set up by the Blood Ancestor. It lasts 5,000 years a day. Elder Hua nodded. Why would this old man be so kind? The madman was surprised. The Blood Ancestor is a pretty good person. Elder Hua smiled. He is indeed pretty good now. The madman nodded and stepped into the demon palace. I'll go into seclusion first. Don't call me if there's nothing important. Seclusion? Elder Hua was stunned. He quickly chased after the madman and said, Not long ago, the city lords reported that people from the Divine Kingdom appeared in almost all the major cities of the Eastern continent. Before you go into seclusion, can you help deal with them? As long as they don't massacre the cities, they can do whatever they want. After saying this, the madman disappeared into the depths of the demon palace without looking back. This little madman seems a little different from before. Chu Yun sat beside Elder Hua and looked into the depths of the demon palace. She frowned. There is a problem. Elder Hua nodded. There was a trace of suspicion on his face. What was going on? Time flew by. Half a year passed. Thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom swept through the entire Sky Cloud realm. Although there were casualties, there wasn't a large-scale massacre. Because these geniuses from the Divine Kingdom only went around challenging the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm. And there wasn't a single young person in the 4 continents who could fight with them. The Divine Palace, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and the Heavenly Palace were the same. For a time, the entire Sky Cloud realm was shrouded in a layer of oppressive atmosphere. On this day, a white-clothed youth descended on the Phoenix Nest. Not only did he challenge the younger generation of the Feng people, he didn't even let go of the older generation. However, no one in the entire Phoenix Nest was his match. In other words, this young man had overturned the entire Phoenixes with his own strength. On the same day, the Qilin's sacred land also welcomed a white-clothed youth. This youth's strength was also extremely powerful. No one in the Qilin clan was his match. After the youth left, the Qilin's sacred land was left in a mess. Qi Shaoyun, don't you control the ultimate law? Why didn't you make a move? After the event, the various patriarchs furiously went to Qi Shaoyun's residence and criticized him. That's right. Throughout the entire process, Qi Shaoyun didn't appear as if he didn't know anything. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Do you still need me to teach you such a simple principle? Qi Shaoyun drank the ancient dragon god tea and looked at the group of people indifferently. Qi Ji and the white-bearded old man were also sitting beside him. We know this principle, but the Divine Kingdom has already attacked the Qilin sacred land. Go and take a look. What has happened to the Qilin sacred land? Since the old ancestor passed this heavy responsibility to you before his death, you should protect the Qilin sacred land and our clansmen well. If you don't have the ability, then hand over the power in your hands. The various patriarchs were furious. Sure. That's exactly what I want. Whoever has the ability can go. Qi Shaoyun said indifferently. Chapter 39:11. The patriarchs were dumbfounded when they heard Qi Shaoyun's words. Qi Xiong was among them. Although Qi Shaoyun was his nephew, he had always disliked Qi Shaoyun. He had wanted to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Qi Shaoyun. Unexpectedly, Qi Shaoyun was really going to quit. They were at a loss as to what to do. All the sovereign weapons had acknowledged Qi Shaoyun as their master. Moreover, Qi Shaoyun was the only person in the entire race who had grasped the ultimate profundity of a supreme law. If he quit, wouldn't the entire race be in danger? It would be fine if this was a peaceful era. But now, a great enemy of the divine kingdom was right before them. With their strength, how could they contend against the divine kingdom without Qi Xiaoyun's help? Not talking anymore? Shut up if you don't dare. Let me say this first. If anyone dares to question my words in the future, don't blame me for not caring about our race. Disperse. Don't provoke the divine kingdom. You don't have the ability to do so. Qi Xiaoyun waved his hand. The group exchanged glances and left angrily. The white-bearded old man looked at Qi Xiaoyun and smiled hoarsely. Don't be influenced by these fools. You made the right decision this time. That's right. At a time like this, we'd rather suffer some grievances than show off. Qi Ji nodded. After the death of their master, the Qilin race was no longer as strong as before. It was best to avoid showing off. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the young people of the divine kingdom, they would have a hard time in the future. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the two and sighed. Fortunately, the two of you understand me. Don't worry. We know that every decision you make is for the good of the Qilin race. The two smiled. On the same day, a woman in a white dress entered the Yin Devil domain. However, she was blocked outside by the barrier set up by the Heavenly God Sword. The Heavenly God Sword was a mid-grade sovereign weapon. She couldn't break through it. However, she did not leave. Long Qin, please come out and fight. His voice was not very loud, but it passed through the barrier and into the dragon's nest, lingering for a long time. All the members of the dragons woke up from their seclusion, their faces full of shock. Meanwhile, in a large hall, Long Qin raised his eyebrows and stepped out of the palace. Within a few breaths, he landed in front of the barrier. He looked at the woman in white outside with a cold glint in his eyes. Are you from Longqin? The white-dressed woman asked. I am. Longqin nodded. She had already received news of the arrival of these people. But what they did not expect was that these people were so bold that they actually dared to come directly to the dragon's lair and challenge the siblings. Especially now, the woman in the white dress was all alone. I heard from Ryuko that you are very strong. Come out and fight. The woman in white smiled faintly. They're not dead? Longqin frowned. Of course. It's not that easy to kill them. The white-dressed woman nodded. Longqin's expression suddenly showed a trace of anger, and he mocked. They actually left their divine souls in the divine kingdom. It seems that the people of the divine kingdom are also afraid of death. After spending so much effort, the top 10 prodigies were still alive. It was really annoying. Isn't this normal? Don't worry about whether they're dead or not. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you are. Come out quickly. Don't let me come here for nothing. The white-dressed woman smiled, full of provocation. Longqin nodded. Your Highness, you can't. Suddenly, a figure broke through the air. It was the Crown Prince of the Dragons. What are you doing? Longqin frowned. The Crown Prince of the Dragons said, this person knows your strength and still dares to come and challenge you. He must be very confident, so it's best to wait for His Highness Longqin to come back. If my brother doesn't come back, then are we going to stay here forever? When Longqin heard this, he couldn't help but be annoyed. You must be joking. How can His Highness Longqin not come back? The Crown Prince of the Dragons smiled awkwardly. Longqin glared at the Crown Prince of the Dragons. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the white-dressed woman and said with a smile, you must have mistaken the target of the challenge. What do you mean? The white-dressed woman was taken aback. Longqin said with a smile, you should challenge Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wings Wolf King. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Wings Wolf King, the white-dressed woman murmured. In the past 6 months in the Sky Cloud realm, she had heard these 3 names more than once. From everyone's words, it seemed that these 3 were very powerful people. Wait until you defeat them, then come and challenge me. Longqin chuckled and turned to leave without looking back. The Crown Prince of the Dragon's eyes flashed, and he quickly followed, secretly admiring Longqin's methods. Ever since the Divine Kingdom descended, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 had been indifferent. Even the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom didn't know of their existence. Longqin's action undoubtedly pushed Qin Feiyang and the other 2 to the top of the wave. Facing the provocation of the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom, the 3 naturally couldn't continue to slack off. The white-dressed woman looked at the 2's backs and raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned and left. A few days later, the southern continent. In the sky above a barren mountain, 2 men and a woman gathered together, their brows tightly knitted together. They were the ones who challenged the Feng people, the dragons and the Kirans. The white-dressed woman frowned and said, "Who do you think Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo and Golden Wings Wolf King are? Why do the people of the Sky Cloud realm worship them so much? According to my investigation, they are indeed extraordinary. But there is one thing that is very strange. The people of the Sky Cloud realm seem to be deliberately hiding things about these three people." A white-clothed youth next to her said. "Hiding things?" The white-dressed woman was stunned. "Yes. In short, they don't want to talk about it." The white-clothed youth nodded. "Strange." The white-dressed woman murmured. The other white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Why think so much? Won't we know when we meet them? I don't know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and Golden Wings Wolf King, but I have found out the whereabouts of this madman Mo." "Where?" The two looked at the white-clothed youth. "Eastern Continent, Demonic Palace. And the people who went to Demonic Palace back then seem to have been killed by this person." The youth said. "What?" The two were shocked. Although the commotion at that time was huge because our people were all wiped out, the Demonic Palace deliberately blocked the news, so I only found out about it recently. And this madman Mo seems to still be in seclusion in the Demonic Palace. The youth said. "Is that so? Then let's go to the Eastern Continent." The white-dressed woman smiled, her eyes full of expectation. "Black Tortoise Realm. What's going on?" Little Madman came back, but he didn't come to find us and is hiding in the Demonic Palace. The white-eyed wolf, Mas de Jura, and Princess Huofeng had already come out of seclusion. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf was sitting in the tea garden, drinking from a jar of wine while complaining in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was sitting on his lap with an intimate appearance. As for the Mas de Jura, he continued to comprehend other ultimate mysteries. "It is a little strange." Fire Dance nodded, pondered for a while, and said, "And did you notice when Elder Hua sent us a message that Madman is a little different from before? No matter how different he is still our brother. No, we have to go ask him what's going on." The white-eyed wolf stood up. "Then should we inform Qin Feiyang?" Fire Dance asked. "This guy is focused on comprehending the law of life and death. Let's not disturb him. Let's go. Let's go find Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus can send us out." After saying that, the white-eyed wolf pulled Fire Dance and walked toward a courtyard.